Hello, hello. Another exciting day. First part of the stream might be a little bit of troubleshooting because I'm trying to figure out why is Kamal still... Oh, it is still in the title. Okay, you know what? At this point, we're just going to keep it there to torment you. That's fine. I don't have any Kamal-related plans today. It's more so... it's more so like continuing where we left off yesterday and figuring out how to get the stream elements stuff to actually work. I would like to get to that point. So we're gonna maybe experiment with that because I saw something online where apparently I'm supposed to keep my overlay at a certain size. I think the reason why we're not getting any alerts is because there's it's the wrong size. I don't know why that would be a thing, but we'll give it a shot. So we're gonna try this, and then I'm gonna have to sign in as a second account on Twitch. We're gonna do some live cringe streamer stuff because I was supposed to do it last night, but I'll be honest, I was tired.
Okay.
And if that's not a good enough excuse for you, I don't know what is. Of course. Can't use one password over here. Let's move this like this. Okay. Then I need Twitch, and I think I have a second Twitch account for this exact reason. It's an added security measure. Please enter the code we email. Oh my God. All right. Let's go check the email, figure out what's going on. Okay. So hopefully.
I lost that.
And then it's auto playing. Fantastic. All right. Hopefully we can use this Twitch account to test the other one. No. Please mute. Mute tab. Okay. So we're going to do this, and then I'm going to come over to Stream Elements, and we're going to try and add one of these. I think it's like the alert box. I'm not looking for anything fancy, just literally anything. Hey there, man, kid. How's it going? Just hanging out, trying to learn how to stream still, even though this is day 8 or 9. I've lost count. Okay, if I do one of these. From Chile. You're in good company. I feel like a lot of the Twitch viewers are... I'm seeing a lot of Chile, and I'm seeing a lot of Costa Rica. I was talking to my dad about that, and he's like, you should start putting up flags. Just start giving screen real estate to country flags until eventually that's the only thing people can see is like the different country flags from viewers. And then in like the bottom left pixel, we'll do like 2 pixels dedicated to like the US because that's where I live. Okay, if I come in here, I think this is the desktop scene. And then I add this, save. And I copy the link, and then I put this in here somehow. Browser capture. Oops, this is desktop v3. There we go. Then we do 1920. Actually, I can show this. This part doesn't matter. Just in case anyone's curious how I'm doing this. You add like a browser sourced OBS, and then you paste in the URL. Do you recommend to learn React or Hotwire to get my first job as a Rails developer? All right, hot take. I think most companies are probably hiring for React and not for Hotwire. I don't actually think that's that big of a hot take. I think like if you read comment sections or Reddit, it's probably a hot take, but I feel like that's pretty standard advice. But what I would do is I would just go to like rubyonremote.com or go to like Indeed or something and just look up near you if you want to, or look up remote jobs in your country or wherever you want to work and just see what they're hiring for. A lot of times you go to one of these, like, yeah, I'm sharing this. Okay. We come to, I don't know, I'll just pick Cartwheel. No reason, but if you come in here, you'll usually see like Rails or Ruby, assuming I spell it right. So here it says Rails, and then you'll also probably see, okay, we don't actually have React on this one. So in this case, this one seems non-Rails related. We'll pick a different one. Pick the first one. There you go. Front end is TypeScript and React. So 1 for 1. But then we can come back, we can look at sports key. This one is another just Rails. Let's see, is there Hotwire on here? There's not. Oh wait, there is. My God, maybe the tides are changing. We collaborate using Basecamp, Trello, Slack, GitHub. Okay. But like Junior? Yeah, well, that's a different problem. Then there's also the issue of the fact that like no one wants to hire a junior developer. At least right now, it is very difficult. So there you're going to have to like, if I come over here and I say, make sure I don't like dox myself or something. Let's see now. Junior Ruby. Oh wait, I should be good because this says Austin. Okay. We'll say junior Ruby on Rails, and we'll look. I don't know. Why is it stuck in the US? What's happening? Whatever. We'll just look United States. You can come over here, and then you can just go through these. And I would just look through some of these and see if you can like pick up what patterns there are. Because depending on like what you're looking for, you'll probably notice that there's people that want a specific framework or tool. And it's usually, from what I can tell, it's going to be React if you're using Rails. Okay. Anyways, let me come back over here. Let me try this. I have no idea if this is going to be loud, by the way, so I'm just going to volume warning. So that appears on stream as well, it looks like. Now the question is, if my other account follows and unfollows, unfollow and then follow. Okay, so it looks like, actually looks like that one might, the original one might be working now. That's really weird. So let me disable the new one. Let me try this again. Unfollow. And then follow. Okay, so that didn't fire it. I'm going to accuse you by using bot viewers. Yeah, all 3 of the Twitch viewers are bots. Turns out you guys are bots as well. I've actually just concocted a very elaborate ruse to keep this going. So let's see. If I unfollow and then follow again, you're actually a ChatGPT bot? My God. Why is it that only the ChatGPT bot in my Twitch chat knows how to write Tailwind, but when I go to OpenAI's ChatGPT, it doesn't know how to do anything? How do you respond to these accusations? Desktop V2, was this it? It feels like it's only working when it's open. Your ChatGPT 5, that's wild. Any project do you recommend for a portfolio? It's hard. I think the best piece of advice is probably just, and it's going to sound incredibly just the worst, most banal advice possible, but like it's something that you, I don't want to say you're passionate about, but something that you're interested in that you actually want to talk about. Like in my case, I made this path find out application, which is just a pathfinding visualizer, which looks really cool, but actually doesn't really do a lot. No one that I interview with has ever asked me about this. And it's not really something where I'm like, oh yeah, let's go talk about that. What they end up talking to me about, and like it's not something everyone should do, but like they ask me about the YouTube channel. They go, oh, there's actually people that care about your YouTube channel or listen to you Babylon or whatever. And I feel like in a lot of cases, if you have that project, like one of my friends made it was like an open source tool for Unity. Just like he took an existing project, he repurposed it and republished it and ended up maintaining it. And that was the thing that got him hired. I feel like a lot of times it's just something where like you're genuinely interested in it, and it's something that they'll want to talk to you about. That said, it can also be kind of hard because you're trying to do something where you want it to be good enough, quote unquote, on the resume for them to care enough to ask those questions in the first place, or at least to get you in the room with them. But then once you get there, it's like no one's going to sit there and talk about the pathfinding visualizer and be like, oh, this is exciting. But like you asked me about YouTube and I can talk all day. In fact, that's like one of the problems with me is if I'm not streaming or making a video, I'm sitting there talking about streaming or making a video. So I'm obnoxious to listen to anyways, but that's not the point. So really it's just like what interests you, and is there a way to make a project around that, I guess. Like a realistic project, I should also say, because like you don't want to just go out and say, oh, I really like Twitter, I'm going to go make an entire Twitter competitor and take on Elon Musk. Like that might not be the most realistic thing. Let me try this. Okay, so it looks like it. Did you see Gemini drama? Oh yeah, yeah. The Gemini chatbot was clearly suffering from some training data issues. There's actually a story from a. There's a story from where is it? Let me come over here. Can I just pause this because I really don't need to see myself. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I can do this. It was is it a ZipRecruiter? I think it was a ZipRecruiter AI software. ZipRecruiter AI software hiring. This was like a year or two ago. I think it was them. They used like an AI to automate the hiring process. So it would go through people's resumes and a bunch of other stuff. And what they found was that the algorithm preferred people who did like water polo in high school whose names were Jared, because the training data they used just had a bunch of instances of this guy Jared's like resume or whatever. It's like that's what they mean when they say that, like, yes, the computers aren't biased, but they are biased because like it's entirely based on how you train them. It's very difficult to like extract that bias away from what you're trying to do. I'm trying to figure out recruiting software AI bias. Let me see. It was a really fascinating story when I saw it. Let me just look for Jared. Let's see. Yeah, okay, here it is. Being named Jared or playing high school lacrosse. So yeah, this was for ZipRecruiter. So they were trying to like learn more about their applicants and stuff, and they realized that their system was like horrendously biased for white men whose names were Jared or who played lacrosse in high school. And it's like at that point, yeah, you're kind of in a bad spot, because if I'm trying to make an AI and I'm trying to base it on like resumes that I have access to, I'm probably going to like use my resume as an example quite a bit, which means if I'm trying to hire someone to go do like, I don't know, anything that's not sit in front of a computer and look busy all day, it's going to be really hard. Like if I'm trying to find like a car mechanic and my only training data is like software developer who has C# experience or Rails experience, probably not going to hire a very good car mechanic. Are you currently working with Rails or only for hobby? It's only for hobby. I wouldn't mind a Rails position, but it's mostly just I enjoy doing it, even if it doesn't always look like it, because I'm having a hard time. Resumes for developers are scam. They all lie. Oh yeah. Yeah, that you should see mine. Mine says I know how to code. Actually worse, mine reads like someone who knows how to do their job. Let's see. I'd really like it if this would work. So yeah, that's not firing anything off. So can I not? Good God. Okay, we'll just close that. We'll see if this works. I have no idea if it will. One of these days, I'm gonna get these alerts working. I swear this in the past has worked just fine, and yet now it's like it just straight up refuses to. Oh, okay.
Live in Wisconsin, do
Oh,
you?
and there we go. Close this. And I have to open up one password again. It's really weird because it has like some notifications on it, but it doesn't have any recent notifications. In like the I think if you unfollow and follow, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's just not notifying. Because I'm not seeing it in my dashboard either. Oh, and that's emailing me again. I was hoping to get something working. Maybe let's try this. I'm going to try putting up like a chat overlay and we'll see if we can at least get chat appearing. Just something. I mean, the chat works in like the starting soon screen. It's just really weird because it refuses to work aside from that. And I see like a couple of test notifications I fired off like probably 3 years ago when I tested out my notifications. And aside from that, I don't see anything in my Stream Elements dashboard. And yet the bot is in chat actively trying to ban you half the time. It's like, I don't know what it's doing. Okay, let's see. If I unfollow. Follow. Yeah, nothing. And then let's just come over here. Stream Elements. Let's just put a chat on screen. We'll see. We'll try YouTube chat first, and then we'll try Twitch chat. I think I have to switch for YouTube chat, though. Okay, how do I do this? Streaming tools, overlays. And we want to try this in 1080p specifically. Oh, wait, actually. Interesting. Okay, we'll try it after this. 1080p. And then we want chat. Your streams chat. There it is. Your chat in real time. Okay. That's something. And then I have to figure out how I want to position this. Something like that. And then we'll save this. YouTube chat. Then maybe I can get both streams some kind of real estate. Copy URL. Because then I'm not technically merging stream. I just have multiple streams or multiple chats. Browser source. YouTube. Is it back up? I can't tell. It says it's unstable. Session. Okay, the session timer started again. Come to somewhere. Stream preview maybe. It looks like it might be back up. Okay. Come over to stream health because I need to figure some of this stuff out sooner rather than later. Not that I don't love just, going live and hoping for the best. But some of the stuff is like YouTube is actively telling me, hey, your bit rate's down, your alerts aren't working. And I'm just like, I don't know what any of this means. Okay, let's copy this again. And then let's come in here and let's try to add this as a browser source. Did that? YouTube chat did work. Okay, so let's come over here, properties. 1920, 1080. This seems fine. The health in YouTube is still telling me it's not sending anything. Oh, okay. YouTube is back up. All right. We're going to stop messing with this because it seems like it really doesn't want to work right now. Okay, so let's close this. And let's just pretend that we didn't break everything real quick. All right. me make sure. Looks like YouTube's back up. Twitch, I'm seeing a session timer, so I think we're good. So we're not gonna touch that, and we're gonna hide YouTube chat. I'm gonna press one button. Okay, good, and now we're done. We're not gonna do that again. We're good. Oh my god! All right, let's figure out what we're actually gonna do today. What a disaster. Okay. And then we can come over here. Let me make sure that this is working. It is. Okay. We'll just drag this over while we have it. We'll open up. Where did my... Oh, it looks like it crashed my restream chat too. Okay. There we go. All right. Audio seems fine. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I have a plan for today. Gem uninstall Kamal. Oh, geez. I love how it gives you a little fanfare when you deploy for the first time. But yeah, I tried this out earlier, and this was really interesting. This is kind of what I was hoping they were going for with Kamal. Maybe in the future we get something similar. But yeah, you clone it and then you're just up and running. It's such a like nice experience because it's a little bit different if you go from like from an existing application that you know at least can start, and then you modify it from there, as opposed to with Rails and Kamal, it's like you're just kind of crossing your fingers and hoping that you can figure out how to deploy it in the first place, which if you're adding it into an existing application adds a whole bunch of extra headache as opposed to like starting with it. I highly doubt something like this for Kamal. Yeah, I have a feeling if something like this comes out, it's going to be like a community project. Like there's that one I saw on Twitter that was a community build your own Kamal deploy file. I wouldn't expect something like this from Rails itself. Okay, let me come over here. Let me make sure everything's working. But we have Linktree stuff to do, and that's a different type of problem because we have to actually get this working. Oh, poor network status. Now Twitch is mad. Okay. Oh wait, that alert worked. Hey, so I think the alerts are working, which is great. It just means that there's every time I try and add something with the chat, it's now causing it to horrendously crash. So I guess like we got a win today and then we got a loss, which means we're probably breaking even. Okay, I want to go through here and I want to clean this up yesterday because this looks awful. So we're going to start with that and then we're just going to go from there. I'm going to CD into the project though and at least open stuff up. And I'm going to close some of this stuff because I don't need like Photoshop open. And I don't have VS Code open. So we're just going to code dot here and hope for the best. Okay. And then we'll do this. All right, move this over, come over here, run a bin/dev. And then I also want to make sure that I didn't destroy the DigitalOcean droplet again. Okay, so there was one thing I noticed that I don't know if this was, I couldn't get it to replicate every time, but for some reason, sometimes the order was, either the order was changing, which is weird, or the, it was like scrolling me up to the top when I checked these, which I didn't understand why it was doing that. So that's another thing to like look into, is figure out what's causing this weird behavior. But like the really weird one was like it would scroll me up to the top, but it didn't do it every time, and now I can't get it to do it at all. So I think that might just be like I just done something wrong there. Okay, we have all these things that we wanted to do, and I really want to get this not looking like it's like I don't know. I'm gonna have some kind of mental breakdown every time I look at the form. So we're gonna look for like Tailwind cards or something. I don't know. And we're just gonna try something like this. Or maybe we don't want cards. Maybe we want some kind of other component. What was it? I don't know. What would it be? The Tailwind. Let's just go to we went for the colors, and then in here we can just look for other stuff. Tailwind CSS. Containers, maybe. Let's see. I guess I could just make my own. Doesn't really matter. Let's do that. Probably better learning experience too. Right click, inspect element, and steal code. All right, let's see. Tasks. Not like that. Dashboard? Maybe. Trying to find something that looks Linktree-ish to me. We'll see. I'm gonna go through here, and we're gonna figure it out as we go. So I need to go into the admin link because I think that's where the main container is. And then in here, we got to figure out how to do this. Okay, so a lot of this is going to need some work. We're going to be here for a bit. Let's see. So this is our link position. We have a row and we have a link as the class. We have these columns, which I'm assuming probably came from Bootstrap copy pasta. And then we're going to have to go through each of the partials as well. Oh, geez. This is going to be a whole thing. Okay. All right. Let me make sure that I close everything else real quick. There we go. And then we'll just figure out what the layout needs to be. So I think we have like the link or the name in the link, which is similar to here, assuming it wants to open. Something like this. So we're going to put the name and the link on different lines, which I think are this. It's this form, and then there's the name form, right? Which in this case are just on top of each other, but that seems similar to what Linktree has here. So maybe we do something like this. Icon grip vertical is fine. We want to keep that. We have this. And we want to get rid of these and just do some kind of like BR. That spacing was not happy with me. Yesterday I was reviewing Rails form system just for fun and almost want to cry. Yeah. It's not great, and it's super confusing because like you got multiple gems that have like different form solutions. And how long have you been learning to program? I guess I started I went to university when I was 20, but I don't think I had my first programming class until I was like 22. I guess like 9 years total of coding, I guess, or programming. Yeah, so there's like, because we have the basic forms, then we have simple form as a form solution. And then we have, is it super form? Started when you were 12. Yeah, the closest I can get to saying that is like, I used to play Empire Earth, Art of Conquest, and they had like a scenario editor built into it. And I tried to make my own scenarios. I switched from YouTube to Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you. Also, thank you for following the Twitch channel. You were the follower that proved alerts were working. I appreciate that. I was trying to get those working earlier and I kept crashing my stream, so it's very, very helpful. Was it Superform Rails? I swear I covered something like this. Yes. Yeah, so these are like another solution. Well, I'm still a nerd with no friends. Look, man. It's okay. The only thing friends are good for is griefing you on Minecraft servers. So, who's really winning here? Don't tell my friends I said that. It's always hard enough to get them to play Minecraft with me. Let's see. So yeah, this one like uses Ruby code to build the forms, which is like good and bad, but in a different way. And I don't know, like I appreciate all of these tools, but sometimes I just sit there and I'm like, you know, it feels like it would just be nice if I could have like a generator that just maybe just spits out some raw HTML. I don't know. Just throw me an actual like form object on the page that looks simple or like similar enough to the what I see. Like similar to like the what was it? Like the whole argument with stimulus and like having it in the HTML so I can actually see what it's doing. Sometimes I really want to see what the form is actually doing. And then what I end up doing is going in and like inspect elementing. And I'm like, it would just be nice. Maybe maybe we need like a VS Code plugin or something, or an extension that lets you like look at a form and just says, okay, this is what it's actually doing. Simple form is still the best DX-wise. Oh yeah, 100%. Simple form is just, it's so intuitive when you use it. You throw it in, and especially when you're like using Bootstrap, the fact that it'll just like generate it straight out of the box and you have like a nice looking form too, not just a functional one. I'm like, it's making my prototyping so much easier, especially when I'm doing videos on it. Cause then it's just like, I throw it out, I throw it together, and people are like, oh my God, this actually looks good. And I'm like, yeah, I totally did that. That wasn't just because I used a flag during the installer. Minecraft, I always made those huge farms that produce thousands per hour. Oh yeah, I do the same thing. Like that's the running joke with my friends. Everyone else goes off and like does the adventures, because we always play like a modded server or something. So they're off doing like the, you know, like Twilight Forest mod or something, fighting the bosses. And then I'm just in the corner. I'm working with like either computer craft or like applied energistics, making a giant sorting system just for the sake of having more items. And then once I get up to like 100,000 stacks of items in the computer, then I'm like, all right, we're done here. Just a totally different way of playing it. Tekkit is awesome. Yeah. It's very similar, like the server we play on, because we use like, what is it? Do I have Curse? I do have Curse Fortunes installed. I'm just going to open this real quick. We can talk about this. I have all the mods running, which has like 300-ish mods. And a lot of it's like very Tekkit inspired, like tech style mods. It makes it a lot, I don't know, it's a lot more fun if you're a software developer, of course, because it's very similar types of problems you're trying to solve. But the nice thing about like those types of mod packs is there's also like magic or whatever. So if people want to go off and do that, they can. And then you don't have like your whole friend group splintered across like multiple things, multiple different servers. Yeah, like 380 different mods. Didn't enjoy playing with mods. I'm more with vanilla Minecraft. Yeah, especially like the these are Forge mods, and this is like the most. This is the crustiest the crustiest Java server type thing you can imagine. When you go to boot this up, even just getting to the main menu will take you like 5 to 10 minutes sometimes. Like you could probably put a Forge client start time in like a race with a Kamal deployment, and you wouldn't be sure which one would finish first, just in terms of like starting it up. Which is it's kind of wild. Now there's also like the what's the other one? Fabric, I think. Fabric boots a lot faster, but sometimes you don't have the same mods on there. And that's also where that one that I posted in the Discord the other day comes from. I think it's like Distant Horizons. Let me see. Or what is it? Distant Horizons 2. 10 years ago, vanilla Minecraft was as sophisticated as it is today. Every time they add like a new redstone contraption, it is so funny to me because it's like, I don't know, you're just looking at it and you're like, wow, that's just like what we had in modded Minecraft like a decade ago. Oh, let me see. I think it was this one I was looking at. Yeah, so this is like the Distant Horizons mod, which I think what they do, and I'm not entirely sure, so I might be wrong, but I think they, instead of using like the chunk-based solution you're used to, they have like a, what is it? Like an octree rendering system, which causes it to like render more detail closer to you and less detail further away, but it allows you to have these like render distances that are just absolutely massive with like really good performance too. So like it makes the modded experience, it's still a vanilla experience, but like look at how far away you can see when you're playing like this with decent performance too, is the crazy part. And this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. But you can actually see it here, how like down here there's a bunch of detail. And then as you get over into the distance, the blocks get bigger because it's like rendering bigger and bigger octrees, I think they're called. That looks insane. Yeah, it's the Distant Horizons 2 with the iris shaders. So it's like, it's still vanilla Minecraft. It's just slightly tweaked the generation, or I guess the rendering of the chunks or of the voxels. And then it's added some shaders on top. But stuff like this is cool. And then you also have my personal favorite mod with Minecraft, which is the Create mod. And if you've never played with this, I highly recommend you go try it. Yeah, the Create mod. This is the one that I love. Because this one is, I don't know. There's so much like, it just feels like a very polished and very interactive like automation system. Where you can have like windmills and actual trains and everything else. I'm looking forward to Hightail. Yeah, me too. I just like to have some like actual information on it at some point. When my friend first showed it to me, I was like, whoa, this is so cool. When's it coming out? And he's like, I don't know. We'll hear about it soon. I think that was like 2 or 3 years ago. Hightail is alive? Yeah, I have no idea. It would be nice if it was. Although, like on this note, there was also, I just saw a post about it on Reddit. If you guys ever heard of Cube World when it was like out and relevant, there's a I think it's a Rust game. Is it Valoran? Yeah, Valoran. So this is like an open source alternative to Cube World that you can just play. You can host your own server. They're still working on it, but this is also really cool. And like every time there's a big update from this one, I'm like, whoa, one of these days we're going to go back to it. Because we played it with a couple of my friends, but it was like maybe we played it for 2 or 3 days and then we already like through the progression system. But this was also really cool. And they do like launch parties and stuff and a whole bunch of other stuff. But this one's a lot more fun if you like the like PVM aspects of like a voxel game as opposed to like the building aspects. Yeah, that's the fun part for me. But going back to your earlier point, running the all the mod server, I use Apex Minecraft hosting. Yeah, this hurts. Like this causes me physical pain to have to run one of these servers just to play Minecraft with some people. And even with like a discount, you're looking at this, you're like, oh geez, $23 just to run like a small server for a couple people. These are the farms I used to make. Let's see if I can find more. Still better than running an Eternus one. Yeah, well, that and like I was trying to run a similar one because I was like, oh, what if I just host my own? on like DigitalOcean or something. Like, oh, I don't need this third party service. I can just go to DigitalOcean. I could run my own server. It's going to be way cheaper. I'll be able to like do whatever I want with the server. And then I realized that you're paying for the RAM here, because I went to do it, and then yeah, that went out the window real fast. Because if we come in here and go to like droplets, we look for what is it? We got to come down to billing. I think you're looking between $32 and $48 per month to do this on DigitalOcean if you're trying to just spin up your own, among other issues that you're going to run into, because they have like specialized hardware and they're just like giving you a section of it, right? But yeah, this was, and it was so devastating because I was setting up, I think like a 2 gigabyte one, and I got everything up and running, which was also a challenge because there's like no resources on how to actually do this. It's usually just like some kid trying to explain to the best of their ability how to like set up a Linux server, which is always a little bit shaky. It's like if you were trying to watch one of my tutorials to actually learn something. But like eventually I got it working somewhat. And then I realized that like if the server goes down for maintenance, they never covered how to like run that as a service. So then I had to go through, get everything running as a service with like whatever they use for their, I think it was like screen. And then I tried to connect to the server and I couldn't even like load the world in. It didn't have enough RAM to like even get my character in the game. I just constantly disconnect. And I was like, all right. And I went to Google and I found this. But of course this isn't great because then you got to go through like a cPanel and you don't actually have like full server access. And I don't know, you feel like you're using like one of those WordPress self-host websites where it's just, you know, running something and you're just like kind of a very, very much like a client through the front end application they provide you, and not like you're actually using the server. It is funny though, because one of the mods we used on the server was like mine colonies, which is, I know, right? Somehow it feels limited. Yeah, it feels very much like you're just, I mean, you're obviously just there to be a customer, but like you have to do like FTP access if you want to go in and modify any of the config files. And it's very strange. But of course, they're trying to make it accessible for like the regular consumer. They're not sitting there going like, oh gosh, how can I make the software devs happy? Oh, wow. Yeah, you're not kidding about the farms. That's a farm right there. That's some good old vanilla automation. This is one thing where like when you play modded, you start to understand that some of the modded aspects, like they do diminish some of the things you can do in vanilla, where you play on modded servers so long and you go back to vanilla and it's like I have to go automate a cactus farm or something, and that's like it'll take you an hour to set up, and then you're playing on like a modded server and there's just like one block that just prints cactuses. It's definitely like, I don't know, power creep or something in Minecraft form. This also brings back memory of like, I don't know, the older days of Minecraft where it was just not everything running through like 13 shaders, which I can't really talk because every time I play with shaders. But that's just part of the fun, right? Is one thing I'm hoping, like eventually down the line, start like I don't know, like a channel community Minecraft server. The hard part for me is always just keeping the things running, because like especially the modded servers, they're so prone to just corruption in like the weirdest ways. Like one of the storage systems I used on, not the server I'm running right now, but the previous server, I think it was like refined storage. It nuked like 4 of the chunks in like the center of our little community town thing. And then they were just gone and he couldn't log back in. So we had to like restart, and I'm just like, dude, if you're running this as like a community server, you'd have to like put out an announcement every other week and just say like, hey, by the way, we had to restart because center of the world is missing again. So I don't know how the like the bigger servers do it, because that just feels like it would be such a headache to try and like manage that. Because I'm dealing with, I mean, overall, there's maybe 12 people that connected to the server in my friend group. at a peak, there's probably like 8 to 10 people online. But if there's only 8 to 10 people connecting and there's this type of like massive corruption, then yeah, I don't know how you would handle it. Especially because like you got the bad actors that'll connect and purposefully try to corrupt your world. Also, if you want to support multiple versions, oh god, yeah, that was another thing. Because if okay, so it feels like you go to like multiple versions and then you run into the issue of like one person just can't work on a different version. So then you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't want people to be like not included. So then you got to roll back, and then you got to figure out which of the mods between like version 91 and 92 is causing the crash. And like sometimes it's such a weird bug. Like there was one when I was trying to get our server migrated to all the mods 9 from all the mods 8, I think. One of the mods, like the computer craft mod, one of my friend's GPUs would like just die if he looked at a chunk that had one of the computer craft monitors facing him. And it was such a specific bug. It took me like a week to figure out what was causing this crash. And eventually I realized it was just every time you look at that monitor from that specific angle through the window, which was like, it was facing the window, so you would of course see it there. That was what was causing the crash. So then I had to go through and I had to manually delete like all the blocks within the spawn radius so he could connect. And then I was like, look, don't leave the spawn area until we figure out if this is patched or not. Just like, I can't imagine. You got 80 to 100 players and you're trying to deal with this. But then I assume that's where they probably like, first of all, they don't run like 380 mods like I do. But they probably also very carefully curate it so that it's a bit more manageable. Like I'm just trying to play a game about blocks. I'm not trying to be a server admin when I'm doing this. What did I break here? Is it that? No. I must have broke something. I guess it was the row, maybe? I don't know. Like that? Yeah, that broke it. Okay, so yeah, it was the row. Oh, and then there's like the problem of just dealing with like how do you allow list the right people into the server, which I also have no idea how you would seriously manage that. Letting like the good actors in without risking it. I think there's like chunk-based permissions you can use, like different regions claiming systems. But that was all such a pain to even like get basically working just so we could like play together. So this is, I think what I'll do maybe is I'll try this. Let's grab a new one, _admin _link_old.html.urb. We'll paste this in here. And I'm just going to start tearing this stuff out. Do you recognize this? Let's see. What do you got? Yes, I have built. Okay, well, I don't know if I should admit to this. I have built this quite a bit because I am a very big fan of the, I don't know, like the internship program that Minecraft introduced with the villager update. This is a villager breeder. Throw 2 villagers in there and then the little kiddos run over to the side. I usually build it in the air and then I have like the Minecraft cart system coming out from underneath it to get the villagers to spawn. Yeah, so you're a big vanilla player then. That feels like one step removed from the people that have like the automated iron golem farm where there's just like, I don't know, a small garden. It looks like you're walking into one of those gardens where you like got to go through the maze or whatever. But then in the inside, you just hear the sounds of dying golems from someone trying to farm iron. Okay, so let's do this. Oops. That's not the right page to refresh. There we go. Okay, so this is rendering twice. Why? Held a message, smart detection. Oh my God. Talking about iron. Oh boy. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's funny. This was, I think, the Iron Golem farm was like the one thing that held up in modded Minecraft, where it was like it was as productive as the as like the automated plants. I think from Mystical Agriculture or whatever. It was the little Iron Golem farm. Everyone was always like, "Is your Iron Golem farm working? Because we need iron." As opposed to just making more Mystical Agriculture plants. And then I got it working with like the tier 5 soil or whatever, and then I was just like, okay, never mind. We don't need to play the game anymore. Everything is just gonna be automated. So where is this being? I think it's being rendered somewhere. Let's see. Let me come over to. Yeah, there it is. The little shopping mall. This is the end result of the little villager farm. You put them all into their own little shopping district, and you can just go down here and buy whatever you need to. This is where it starts to become fun, because you can actually like rebuy your enchanted stuff. Maybe that's what we got to do. We got to do like Minecraft on Rails. We got to get a I don't know, some kind of server that has like the proper RAM that we would need, and then set something up. Maybe you could do like a. Because I have that one video where we did, was it like a Rails PAS? Yeah, this is it here. Platform as a service. We do something like this. It's cool to think that Create Mod can generate iron from cobblestone. Yeah, well, and that's what I like. Like a lot of it is like you crush up the cobblestone into gravel, I think, and then the gravel into sand. And then you get like little chunks of iron, and you can take those chunks of iron and like smelt them or whatever. It's just really cool because it's all like going through actual grinders in the world. So it looks like the stones being dropped into like an actual crusher, as opposed to just like a block that is called a crusher and you just gotta, use your imagination. I wonder if we could do something like this, where instead of having like it spin up different Rails apps like I had here, different Docker containers, we have it like spin up a Minecraft server or something. Why we would do that, I don't know, but it'd be cool. And it would be an excuse to play Minecraft. But for that, I would need like more RAM, probably something vanilla. I feel like somebody did this on Rails already, probably. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't even surprise me if you looked up like Minecraft hosting and one of these companies was using Rails for it. Because a lot of it is, it's a very simple system setup, at least from like the end user's perspective. Oh wait, actually, that's a good point though. Could we do something like, maybe we could grab like a cPanel or something and throw it into, do I want to know how much this costs before I do this? I mean, that's, is there like a cPanel, open source cPanel? Maybe we try and do something like a open source cPanel and hook that up to like a Rails server, so you can have your like clients log in and manage their stuff. I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent here, and we're gonna see Cloud Panel, PHP apps, gross. Maybe there's like a. So like a Rails FTP gem. Rails FTP gem. Let's see. Although I feel like if you were to do something like this, like there's genuine money to be made there. Especially you look at like the server hosting. I wonder if we go to Hetzner. Let's look at how much like RAM based servers cost. That was a really stupid statement, but let's go to like dedicated cloud. Let's see. Prices. Really? This is. Am I reading this right? Is this 8 gigs of RAM for? That's I mean, that's not bad. you could, maybe I start looking at Hetzner. Maybe that's where I've been going wrong. I've been too focused on DigitalOcean. Oh, you can make a shulker farm? That's so sick. How does that work? Contabo. Ooh, interesting. Object storage. Up to 96 gigs. Let's see how much virtual dedicated. Okay, so this would be 46 per month for 24 gigs. Okay. So does this seem like a normal price then? Like, because this seems so cheap. I mean, I live on like DigitalOcean land, so everything is 16 gigs for $12.50 a month. Well, Eric, gonna prepare for an interview. Oh, good luck with your interview. Yep. Mute the stream. Go prepare. You got this. You're gonna blow them away. And if you don't, then you're too good for them. 6 gigs. 60. Okay. This is... Yeah, you've got this for sure. You're just renting the VPS instance. Forget about any nice UI. I don't care about the UI at this point. Like, because this was one of the things that bothered me trying to set everything else up was just getting the actual VPS instance. But this is such a steal. Because again, I was looking at the DigitalOcean prices. I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to recover from this. Okay. Also, I feel like I should mention this. YouTube is fine. For Twitch, first day as an affiliate, I have no idea what they're talking about with their like running ads per hour that I have to do or that I'm supposed to do. If there's too many ads or if you're seeing ads, let me know. I don't think it's running anything because I'm not interested in that right now, but let me know and I'll try and like turn it down if I can. It looks like I'm at a 0 timer, but I don't know. When we hit to like an hour on the session, we'll see if they do something. I don't think they will because I didn't enable it, but I saw it in the options. So, because I don't want you guys to sit there and have to deal with like 3 minutes worth of ads because that's incredibly annoying. Oh, I have ad blocker. Okay, there you go. Let's hope it works. Okay. Let's see. I was over here. Okay, so I need to I'm gonna go ahead and just make a couple notes to myself here. Because this is definitely gonna become a video if these prices are even close to accurate. I might have to go apologize to the DigitalOcean Twitter account. Be like, I'm sorry, I found another. Please don't ban my account as I start shilling for other people. Documents and then notes. Okay. Contabo pricing is correct. I've even using it for a while. That's so unbelievable to me. Okay, we'll put those over there. Because yeah, if you have something like that, if you were to okay, I'm gonna come back here. We're gonna talk about this a bit more. If you were to set up something like this, right? And like I'm grossly oversimplifying this, but you have this whatever this is, this little container launcher. You set this up better than just having like a CRUD app that creates some Docker containers. You get like 24 for $17.50 a month, and then you split this. I guess that's why people have been so happy with Hetzner Hatchbox. Oh yeah, I believe it. Like you combine the Hetzner prices with Hatchbox, and you're getting that for the price of like a server on different platforms. Because I was looking, it was like $3 or €3 for, was it shared? Yeah, $3.79 for 2 gigs, 20 gigs disk space, and like 1 CPU, of course, but still, you can like bump it up to 2 if you really care, for a grand total of $435. And this is probably with like IPv4, because you're going to pay more for the IPv4 addresses, I'm assuming. Yeah, this is... So I need to do this, and then we were also talking about doing the render... Was it render.io? Was the platform, I think? Oh boy. Get deploying AWS first DigitalOcean. Okay, well, so like... Here's my argument. DigitalOcean might be more affordable here than AWS, but you also have to factor in when you go to use AWS, you have the therapy bill that comes along with using AWS, which is, oh, I want to go create a server, and then they go, okay, can you go to the create a user role portal and then go sign in there. And you go sign in to create a user role, and then go, okay, but now we need you to create like a network. So go to the network creation portal, and you go to sign in there. And then you realize that there's like entire business arms dealing with all these different portals just to like do the most basic of stuff. You go to a different service, and it's like, oh, you want to set this all under the same like load balancer? Okay, just check this box or something. And like, yes, I understand AWS has bigger customers, but as like a smaller user, I'm just like, this is too much. It's too much overhead. I don't want to deal with it. Just let me do something. Let me set it up how I need to. When I went to set up that IVS stuff, the Amazon IVS, for those of you that aren't familiar. Oh, and it wants me to sign in again. Amazon IVS. That's only useful when you have multiple teams on the same AWS. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. But I went in here, and then for like the CLI access to be able to do this, because this is basically the Twitch video player. So you have like the ability to do your live streaming just like you do on Twitch, but it's through the IVS. So Amazon still gets the cut. It's probably why they can afford to run Twitch at a loss, because they're just looking to use that as like a advertising wing for their interactive video service. But I went in here, and then they're like, okay, well, if you want to do CLI stuff, then you got to go to the IM portal. So I went to the IM portal, and they're like, okay, well, now you got to create an account here. So I set up the account, and then they're like, okay, well, now you got to create like a user role, and then you got to give that user permissions. I gave him permissions, but then I gave the user like the wrong IVS permissions. So then I had to find different IVS permission settings in the role. And then once I set that up, then they wanted me to like throw it under a network. And that took me to a completely different like part of the website, or a different website. And then that part was like, we need you to log in again or create an account. And I'm just like, how are there different? Isn't this all the same account? What is happening right now? So confused. And then like the chat was a similar situation where it felt like there was so much mental overhead. It was almost like I was dealing with like Oracle, where they're just like, yeah, well, basically, if you want this to actually work, you're going to have to pay for like AWS certified professional. And I'm like, oh, we don't need Oracle specialists for this too. AWS has a high egress cost. Yeah, that's what I've heard, is it's like ridiculous. 1 terabyte of egress coverage. Being a wraparound AWS is even more expensive. Oh yeah, I believe it. $10 for DigitalOcean. That seems okay. Oh my God. $92? Railway's $100. Google Cloud is $116. When was this post? Okay, February 8th. Google Cloud remove egress fee. I feel like I read something about this, but did they just not? Oh, of course. Receive GCP credits for transferring the... Dude, that is so scummy. I was under the impression when I read those headlines that they had removed the egress fee, and I was like, maybe they're just leading the charge and they're smaller service than, AWS. That's just giving them credits. Okay, so yeah. Then Google Cloud being that high is kind of wild. That said, 300, 400, 550. This is per, is this, so is it 300 per or 400 per terabyte, or is this just the first terabyte? So this is $92 per terabyte. Jeez. Okay. Vercel plan is so, yeah, it seems like it. Let me actually look at that Vercel plan pricing. I saw it right there, pricing. Because I was looking at this earlier as I was, whenever I go to do like a free account, I'm always like, all right, but what's the, you're given, the first hit's always free, but where's it taking me after that? I can't even imagine. Cheaper to go and sign up for an enterprise plan than using the pro plan, which is saying a lot because the enterprise plan is using one of my favorite sales tactics, which is you don't get a price, just contact sales, which is always code for it's going to be way out of your price budget. Bunch of stuff on Vercel and somehow don't pay anything. That's what it looks like. It looks like if you're within the hobby tier, it's good. And then you scale up to pro and then it's like, okay, but if that's the egress fees, that's kind of wild. What kind of apps are you hosting on Vercel, if you don't mind me asking? We have all our front end mounted on Vercel Enterprise. Gotcha. I was thinking maybe I'll do like a video on this. I do think it would be funny. I'm sure the Rails community would roast me endlessly for this, but I do think it would be funny to do like a Vercel versus Kamal speed run, and just have the two like side by side with the live split timer going in the corner. I guess you might need two so that you could stop one when, I mean, so you could stop the Vercel timer as the Kamal deploy continues to go, but just to show like the difference in speed there. Well, I'm sure they probably wouldn't enjoy that too much. That said, that's how you improve the framework is by being critical of it when it's deserving. So you almost want to look at like the egress fees and the hosting fees and all of that, and take all of that into consideration when you're even like looking at these services. Recommended of using Vercel is using Vercel for starting. If you grow, then apply for an enterprise plan. Okay. Let's do these static websites and node stuff. Gotcha. That's what I've done a lot of that with like GitHub pages. That's my safe space. Martha Florence, oh my God, Deanin is here. You beautiful thing. Love your videos. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're hanging out. We're talking Minecraft. Now we're talking hosting. I didn't realize, because I always advocate for like DigitalOcean, but I didn't realize that like Hetzner is this cheap. And I also didn't realize we were looking at like the price to move your stuff off of like different services. I didn't realize how expensive some of these are. Do we have a schedule of your stream so I don't lose future runs? So I streamed it like I streamed pretty late last week. It was the first time I started streaming. And that seemed to go pretty well. I've streamed at 5 p.m. this week. My plan is to continue doing 5 p.m. Eastern, which is like right now. So it's, I think it's GMT -5. So yeah, 6:14 right now. Yeah. So I've been live for like an hour. So that's the plan right now, but it's really going to depend what like the analytics look like. Because I think Twitch was telling me that there was more people watching at later, but then YouTube, it seems, I don't know, it seems like it might be similar. But then they both kind of told me that streaming at like 6 a.m. would be the best for people to watch. And I'm like, I'm not getting up at 6 a.m. to stream. That's so draining. It's like sitting in a video meeting, like a meeting with your webcam on for like 6 hours at a time, and then getting up and being like, okay, now let me go enjoy the rest of my day. In 2024, what path would you take to learn Ruby on Rails, and from where would you learn? That's a tough one. Okay, so for background, I don't have experience with the Odin project. I know a lot of people have talked about this, but I personally don't know if it's good or not. So I'm planning on going through this at some point myself to at least get some sort of opinion. It's really difficult right now just because like the documentation is not good. So your choices are pretty much like, I guess, Googling for blog posts and watching videos. And I guess if I'm being completely honest and like critical of my own work, I think I would have a hard time learning how to use Rails strictly from watching my videos. So I think there's probably something that needs to be done there where you go from 0 to a point where you can watch one of my like random videos on a topic. What would be a good example of framework documentation be? That was where Kamir actually showed us the Next.js org documentation, which has like a whole start learning onboarding process where you go through like an actual what we'll be building. You have like chapters with progress bars. This feels like more what I could see someone learning from. And if I go to like a different framework, usually I look for something similar to this where you go through. It's like, okay, here's the commands you're going to run. The commands are in neat little boxes. So you can just click the copy button and like move on from there. When you compare that to like the Rails edge guides, this is where I start to get frustrated because I come to the Rails edge guides and the first thing I notice is how do I do stuff? So I go to like getting started, and then I also see all these versions. So I'm like, okay, maybe getting started is the right place to go to. And I come here and I'm like, all right, this is just a wall of text. I'd love to somehow be able to create a Next.js documentation kind of thing, but from RDocs and SDocs. Yeah, well, and that's where I'm at. Like, I think something like this would be really good for Rails, but they're actively in the process of, they've hired a designer, like the Rails Foundation, I think, has hired a designer who is working on improving the docs. So I don't want to go in and touch stuff until we see what they come back with. And then once they do that, then I'm going to be like, all right, let's go from there. Might be a competitor, but GoRails has a learning path. Yeah, see, I always forget about that. I know that GoRails exists, and I always forget about it. Because I think Chris has like a bunch of different courses, right? Not just for the path, like Ruby for beginners and all this stuff. Yeah, all the Colin videos. So yeah, this is probably where I would start. I would go here. I would just go to GoRails, and I would probably start working through some of these because these are going to be a lot more helpful. Vercel also has guides on getting started for Next.js. Interesting. Rails folks, Rubyists in general, are mega great at development as a whole. It is pretty wild, the like general skill level you see from a lot of Rails devs. Because I just kind of flounder about, and I mean, you haven't seen it yet, but like you watch one of these streams, it's a complete disaster watching me work. I'm like, all right, time to bang my head against the wall until I get a Tailwind class that makes this look right. And I'll just sit here or like the Kamal deployment, 6 hours of wasted time. Couldn't get the thing to deploy. Next day I got it working in like 2, but still I'm like the most basic thing. And then I go to YouTube and there's just someone who's already got it figured out. I'm like, oh, this is pretty crazy. Crazy that you've already worked this out and I'm still over here trying to get the thing up and running. And you're like, all right, and now let's add, I don't know, like a live chat app to it. Deanin, would you recommend people to do random apps so they can test tools and etc. like you do? As you've learned a lot from transforming suggestions into videos. Yeah, so the way that I learned, I don't even know if my way was like the proper way to learn. But like when I was starting out, I'll take Rails, for example. There's probably a different, one sec. What are your thoughts on Bulma? I've only covered Bulma once. Bulma Rails. I've only covered it once, and I remember absolutely nothing about what I talked about. I think it was just like a basic setup, but I don't remember a lot about it. I know that a couple people have mentioned it, so maybe it's worth using. But like in terms of learning, what I do is, or what I did when I started with Rails was I was like, all right, I have a goal. I want to make, it was almost like, okay, hold on. It's almost like an Unsplash type website where you go to like browse images, or like a Wallbase or Wallhaven or whatever it was called, like one of those desktop background looking sites. I wanted to do one of those, but instead have like a slideshow that you could just watch. So you like search for something, and then like your search result would become a slideshow, and then you could just have like a random slideshow up in the background while you worked. Some issues with that idea in general, but whatever. Setting that aside, what I did then was I was like, all right, I need a tool that I can use to learn how to make that. So I went to YouTube and I was like, Rails, how to make a website, and I ended up finding the Rails 12 and 12 challenge. And I went through these. Like, I think it was Rails 4 was recent at the time. So I went through these, and a lot of them were like they were just starting to like run into the issues of the gems weren't quite updated, so you had to go through and like fix some stuff. And I was like, all right, so I'm gonna make one of these apps. And every time I made one of these apps, I was like, all right, but you know, it'd be cool if this had like this extra feature, like I don't know, a search bar or sorting or something for it. And then I would go in and add that feature. And after I did like a couple of these, I think I got up to like 6 or 7. Then I was like, all right, now I'm gonna look at like the basic pitch for it, and I'm gonna see if I can make it. And I'll be honest, I never made it through the whole app. Every time I get stuck at something, and then I go watch the video and I like follow along with Mackenzie as he was doing it. But by the time I got done with this, I was like, okay, I feel pretty comfortable. So then I went off and I made like a app for my mom for like, it's like a app for one of her friends was like a breeder for Newfoundlands or something, I think. So I made like a little project to have her have like an advertisement page or something. I did that, and I was like, all right, so I can make it, I can host it. It was not hosted correctly, but it's fine. It was just like a static page made with Rails. Now let me try like the image thing. And then at the image point, this was where I reached the first pain point with Rails, where I was like, all right, I need to do this, and I need to make this slideshow happen, or I need to make this search bar happen. And then I would go to YouTube, because that was where I was conditioned to learn from, because I was like, oh, that's where Mackenzie Child's videos were. I'll just go there and I'll learn more. I went to YouTube and I was like, Rails search bar, and I got nothing back. And how to do search in Rails. And I got like a 5-year-old Elasticsearch tutorial that was like completely unusable at that point because everything had changed. And like the basic premise is still going to be the same. So you're still going to be able to follow it if you know what you're doing. But if you're me, and you've spent like maybe 10 hours using Rails, 12 hours using Rails, you're looking at that and you're like, okay, so like it's impossible to make a search bar or what? And then you go to Google and you try to figure it out, and like there wasn't really a lot of blog posts either. So then I went to the gem page and I just start trying stuff until it would work. And like eventually I did get familiar with it. There's probably a faster way to learn, but for me, that like actionable step of making a product, if you want to call it that, of like search for images based on tags and filters and stuff, and be able to look at it, that was how I learned. And I retain a lot from that. Like I still remember sitting there trying to figure out how to do the search bars and how to do like the filtering by tags and the comma separating the tags when you display them to the end user, and how you do the tag input. So I think that's probably helpful, but I also think that like if you were to just, again, go to, I don't have it open anymore, go to the Go Rails path, you'd probably just have a better time than what I did. Because like this is, I guess the way I did it is probably good if you get bored real easily. I have the attention span of a squirrel. If I'm sitting there, I need to see results. Like that's why I like the web development is I could sit there and I can say, all right, I'm going to hit like Control R and I'm going to see something happen. It might be an error, but at least I'm seeing something happen. When I go through these like lessons, it feels like I go through it and I'm like, oh yeah, this is teaching me, but I have to actually physically be paying attention to take something away from this. And it's just, I think there's different types of learners, and I'm more of I save the practical or the theoretical learning. That was me in school. I was laser focused as a student. I have to learn this. But as soon as I got home, I was like, this is fun time. I'm going to go hack together a project or something. And then I would just like bang my head against the keyboard until it worked. But it's probably also different for someone that's not like going for a computer science degree. So they're not sitting there for 8 hours a day listening to people talk theory and like listening to lessons. So they probably have more of like a bandwidth for watching someone who's actually teaching you the important stuff, as opposed to my videos where I'm just like, what if we put a whole game engine in a website? Let me see. I'm in the process of upgrading my tech stack. I'll probably follow your footsteps and create a ton of things to test new features. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun way to learn. Again, I don't know how, like, it's probably not the most efficient way of learning, but it's definitely an entertaining way. And how many years of experience do you have with Rails? If you don't mind, how old are you? You seem young, but very wise. I have, again, I watched Mackenzie Child's videos during the Rails 4 time period. So let's look Rails 4 release date. It's probably like a year or so after Rails 4 came out. It would have been 2015, would make sense. So we'll say I started in 2015. It would have been February based on the class I was in. So 2015 to now would be 9 years. But there's a caveat there. I did like university for 5 years. And during that time, I would just drop off like the face of Rails development every once in a while because I was just busy with that. I think a better way to probably look at it in terms of like actual Rails experience, bearing in mind there was, I think, a 1.5 year break in here, is I can go to here. We'll just take a 1.5 years off of this. Let's do oldest first, 6 years. So I'm going to say probably like 4 years of actually using Rails. Is like the first part of the question you asked, I guess. And then, how old are you? I'm 31. So yeah, I think, let's say maybe 5 years, because there was some time before the YouTube channel where I was playing with it. You're old AF. Now you sound like my younger sister. I started with like 13. Growing up with programming helps so much. Yeah, see, I did like Empire Earth scenario editing when I was like 13, 14. But it wasn't really programming. It was just like more logical problem solving and like maybe visual scripting is a good way of putting it. And aside from that, I didn't really do anything. But then when I turned 20, I think, I was like, oh, I should go to school. And the only thing I really thought about was like, oh, video games are fun. And I went, and thankfully I actually liked like software and computer science, because let's be honest, video games sounds fun is not the most, it's not a very high success rate of actually getting into the industry from there. Because then you sit down, you're like, oh wait, I have to learn math and I have to actually like study for a CS degree, as opposed to just going home and playing WoW. Turn around, come here's your sister, and she's messing with you. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. I'm 22, 23 this year. That's crazy. You're very talented, is all I can really say. But yeah, there's... Maybe I should do a video on that at some point. Just like he discovers the truth. She stops by every once in a while and she just like posts random stuff in the chat. Yeah, maybe I should make a video about like the history of me learning Rails and mistakes and stuff people could learn from. Yeah, I gotta go. Thank you for all your videos. Well, thank you for stopping by. It was nice chatting with you. Draw my life. Oh God. Okay. I have been learning how to draw for, knowing that I am 4 years of experience and you probably know way more than me, it makes me want to study. Okay. it looks like I know more, but trust me, that is strictly in the context of those videos. Anything outside of those videos, you probably know way more than I do. Yeah, good night. Yeah, I've been learning how to draw because I thought it might help to like learn the, I don't know, it sounds weird, learn art. Because there's a bunch of content creation stuff I have to learn. Dude, you're the streamer. By law, you're the smartest person in this room. Oh, absolutely not. Dude, I appreciate being like gassed up by everyone, but that was one thing that like immediately became apparent when I started making the videos was people would show up and they'd be like, whoa, you're so good at this. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, have I just fooled everyone? Like, why do people say this? And then you go to like, you know, the subreddits where they're talking about like streamers and stuff. And then they're talking about how it's just this positive feedback loop. And I'm like, oh no, that's what's happening to me. So I try and keep myself grounded where I go, okay, yeah, that feedback's one thing, but let's take a look at how good I am at actually doing this stuff. And then you sit down and you're like, I don't know anything about Tailwind. It took me 8 hours to deploy Kamal. I'm paying $30 a month for a Minecraft server when I could be paying, hold on, let's check. $12.50. Actually $5.50 for that amount of RAM. Teach how many to Deanin. I too consider myself good, but there's a huge gap between us. Programming is just solving puzzles, and you got tons of them solved. Yeah, I mean, if you need a puzzle solved, I don't know if I'll solve your puzzle, but if you leave me alone in a room, there's a good chance I'll come back with something like my absolute favorite weird project I've made, which was when we had the balloons over the US and I made the UFO balloon tracking speedrun. Again, I don't think this was anyone's puzzle that they needed solving. I don't think this was a puzzle, but I solved it. That's the mentality. You wake up every day, you look in the mirror and you say to yourself, shit. Yeah, seriously. And you have a coffee and start working. Yeah, it's really funny because like I open up my, it sounds bad, but I'll like open up my phone or something when I wake up and I look at my notifications, and depending on what I get, it's like I can already tell what kind of day it's going to be. I had one the other day where I like opened it up and someone I look up to was like messaging me on Twitter, I think, or maybe it was Discord. I was like, oh yeah, today's going to be a good day. And then I have other days where I wake up and the first thing I see is like a mean comment on YouTube where they're like, I can't believe you would publish this. This is absolutely terrible. You're a terrible developer. And I'm like, okay, it's going to be one of those days. Oh, jeez. I've been there for 28 years and worked like a charm. The confidence I got is oof crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens though. Feels like everyone's confidence goes through waves. But yeah, sometimes the waves hit you like a ton of bricks first thing in the morning. You're like, we're really starting like this? Really going to start the day by telling me that I should be spending 40, 50, 60 hours a week on a single video? And those people live rent-free in my head. Also realized last year that public speaking is super scary. By the way, 1 hour gone. Where's the first line of code? Okay, to be fair, we made a new file and then we copied this over and then we deleted everything and we put in the word test. I think this is technically one line of code. It might be text. And it's being rendered twice on the page. So technically, that's 2 lines. I don't know why it's being rendered twice. Well, yeah, this is, I mean, technically, I guess it could be 3, but you have to remember I did copy and paste 2 of these. So it's more like I did this. This is my original contribution for the day so far. But yeah, like for public speaking, oh God, that was, I told this story in an interview, like last year, I think. It was about the first time I got like thrown into a meeting with like one of the customers. I have like YouTube speaking experience, if you can even call that a thing. Let's be honest. It's a little awkward talking to the camera, but at the end of the day, it doesn't register with you that anything you upload could hit like 10,000 people's eyeballs or ear holes or whatever. So I would just sit there, I'd upload it, and then, I started seeing the numbers, and I was like, okay, so this video got like 5,000 views. I'm comfortable speaking to 5,000 people. It turns out that's not at all how that works. And I got put in a meeting with the customer, and they were, the company was clearly looking to like move me up to like a product lead role or something. So they were trying to give me that experience, and I'm grateful for that. But that first meeting with them, you could hear it in my voice, like the fluctuations as I'm talking to them, because I'm just so nervous. And they were like the nicest people on the planet too. Like they're just happy you're trying to do your job and that you care about the software you're making. But I was talking about whatever we were working on, and then like whatever I ended up suggesting that could have been the issue ended up being the issue, and I got put back in the meeting. And like over time, you gradually ease that out a little bit, but still, every time those meetings would start, I'd get the sweaty palms. I'd be sitting there like, don't mess this up. And then like you have like the live demos, and then that happens too. And you're just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, please, please, please. And then the live demos never work. And then you always got to make the joke where you're like, haha, live demos, am I right, guys? And then you're on the inside, you're just like, I can't believe this is happening right now. And because it's not like, the videos where you just blow it away, you restart the video, and nobody knows that like this is your fourth or fifth time trying to deploy Kamal and it hasn't worked so far. It just looks like it works the first try. As opposed to the meeting where you're sitting there like, okay, so what I'm going to do now is press run, and we're going to hope this works. And then it doesn't work, it blows up. And then you're like, okay, so like you're still going to pay my paycheck after this, right? I hate project managers. Technically, I'm a project manager. Yeah, that's another thing. Like the meetings with like your peers, especially when you move up to like the lead role and you're the new guy in the room, you feel like such an imposter because you're there with like I think I had literally 9 months of experience, or no, 11 months. Sorry, when I got moved up to the lead role, and I got put in the meeting with like the other leads, and I was sitting there with people that had like anywhere from 5 to 12 years experience, I guess. And I'm just like, dude, they're going to notice that I don't know what I'm doing, and they know what they're doing, and I'm fooling everyone right now, and this is so bad. But then, of course, like they understand. You're always your own harshest critic, right? As opposed to like everyone else in the room that's just like, wow, for a first time, you did pretty good. That goes the way in all meetings. When you firm your belly as if someone is trying to punch you and you expect it, shoulders back, and when you speak, your voice will be more stable. Yeah, that's true. You sit there and you're like this almost. You're not physically, you don't look like that, but it's almost like you're bracing yourself for that stomach punch, as opposed to just taking a deep breath and just going, okay. Like honestly, the worst thing they can do is fire me. Like it's not that big of a deal. You're sitting there like your whole life is going to end if the demo doesn't work right. And like no one's going to be mad at you. Everyone understands demos fail all the time. Especially since like I sat there and I watched other people do demos and their demos failed. So like I went into that meeting and I had seen everyone in that meeting have a demo fail before. But of course, when it happens to you, you're like, oh God, I've become what I hate. Well, my coworkers have no clue what to do. Yeah, well, that's the secret. None of us know what we're doing. We're all just sitting there faking it. It's like, so I try and tell my sister sometimes, like, look, you might think adults have it figured out, but I want you to remember I'm an adult. And you know what it's like dealing with me. The other ones, they're not better than me. They have those exact same problems or different variations of those problems. Like everyone's just walking around like, I hope no one notices that I don't really know what I'm doing in some regard. In other regards, you're like, oh yeah, I'm great at this. Like you want me to play Halo with you? Oh yeah, I'm your guy. I'm the king of the castle there. But you need me to like check the battery life on your Windows laptop programmatically. That sounds scary. That sounds like I'm going to have to deal with Microsoft and a bunch of other problems and everything's going to go wrong. And then you go to do your demo and it turns out that, yeah, everything went wrong. Microsoft broke that API like 14 years ago. Now there's like 18 different workarounds you have to do to make that work. But that's like part of the process. And it's hard because you get those comments from people that are just starting to work and like starting to learn software. And they have all of those preconceived notions that this is just like everyone knows what they're doing. And you're like, no, there's always going to be something where you're stuck. And it's so hard to communicate that to them without just sitting there and making an entire video where I'm like, look, I don't know what I'm doing. Especially since like they'll never believe you anyways. So you're just like, okay, whatever. I thought maybe that's where the streaming would help. People just sit here and watch me like flounder about, and then they go, oh, he also doesn't know what's happening. Like I still have no idea why this is being rendered twice. Now, granted, I haven't checked why this is being rendered twice, but like you're not alone when you're sitting there like, I don't know how Rails is doing anything. Like I ran into an issue yesterday in the, not the user, it's the link.rb, where I had this replace links being called from both our after update and after destroy, and this wasn't working. But then when I just made two different methods and both of those methods called that replace links method, suddenly it worked. I'm just like, okay, I guess it's just some kind of Rails. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why this one works and the other one doesn't. I could not tell you. It's clearly doing the same thing. So there's got to be something different, probably between how these two work. If they're calling the same thing, I don't know. But like you're never going to know everything. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll probably live a happier life. Yeah, there's my tirade for the day. Every day is an adventure, and all you really want to do is like go home and play Minecraft. Okay, let's see. So this is admin link. Oh, there's only one admin links. So we go in here, and then this is going to be where it's double rendering, right? Surely this is where it's going to be broken. Oh, I see. I'm dumb. Yep. And this is exactly what I mean, though. I don't know why this is rendering twice. It's because there's two links. Like there's two models in here that are links. So if I come in here and I just do this, we have the YouTube one and the Twitter one. But because I only see the word test, I don't realize that. And I'm like, why is this showing up twice? It's because there's two objects. Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to do this and we're going to pretend this didn't happen. I'll make it at least a little bit easier. But yeah, maybe what I'll do is I'll set up like I'll see about setting up some kind of like Minecraft thing. Although actually, 2 lines, right? That's what I'm saying. The 2 different lines. We can even do 3 if we do like link.url. Something like that. But now I'm going to get completely sidetracked again because I made a pretty cool Discord bot a while ago in Python, and now I'm going to get completely distracted by that. That's enough for the day. Yeah, we've written 2 lines of code. Everybody go home. Let me see if I can find I don't have the commands here. Okay, what we'll do is we'll just try and start it maybe. Because I made this, I had the plan in the back of my mind while I was making this Discord bot that this would be a really cool project for the channel at some point. And I was already thinking Minecraft community server at the time, but also just because like my friends and I play Minecraft, so I thought it'd be cool to have these commands. Let me see where I put this. I think it might be in like the Python project. CD bot. I think it's in here. Maybe? Let's see. Yes, it is in here. Okay, so this is so over-engineered. I don't remember exactly how to run this. So we're just going to run it like locally, I guess. So the way this started, I guess for background, as we dive into this a little bit, we're not going super in depth, but the way this started was I wanted to learn how to make a Discord bot in Python because that's sort of the language. It's either like Python or TypeScript that a lot of people use. I've done a tutorial for like a Ruby Discord bot before, but it was super basic and it feels like most resources are Python or TypeScript. So I was like, I should probably learn one of those two because then it'll be easier for me to learn more stuff. And then once I get comfortable, maybe I come back to Ruby and I do like a proper tutorial series so people can like understand how to use the Ruby version of it. But one of the things I ran into was like all of the resources for this. If you think like Rails docs are out of date, try to learn how to make a Discord bot. At one point, I guess there was like a schism in the Discord bot community where there's like there's 2 different libraries for Python Discord bots. I don't know if it's the same for TypeScript. But like, please tell me that isn't using SQL Alchemy. It's actually using, this is using me alchemy. I made, I made a little migration because it's the only way I know how to think about databases. And I don't know what else is in here, but yeah, I like set up my own stuff because I'm not super familiar with all this. Fair enough. But yeah, so there's like discord.py, I think. Let me see. Discord bot. There's Discord Pi, and then there was whatever I'm using in here. Where is it? Let me come into is it the app adapter? No. Client.py? I think it's in here, right? Or is it Discord bot? There's Nextcord, and there's discord.py, I think. The Ruby gem is working great though. Yeah, I'm sure it is. The issue is I don't know enough about making a Discord bot to figure out how to like use it. And I feel like there's more resources in Python. So I'm going over to Python to learn how to use it. And then I'm going to come back and try and make like a Ruby tutorial series on it. It's like if you go to YouTube and you're like, how to make Python bot, or it's not Python bot, Discord bot. There's like a ton of people that make stuff on this. The tutorials aren't necessarily great. A lot of them are like, they're either outdated or it's someone who uses like if you think I'm too casual and too loose with the words I use when talking about programming, they definitely are quite flexible with the definition and the terms they use. To the point where it's kind of hard to follow sometimes. They're just like making up words for things. But I was like going through this, and then there was like this weird thing that happened where I guess the Discord bot, the original Discord bot library for Python, that guy stopped making it, and then Nextcord came out, and then after a while, the original library author came back, and then there was like 2 different versions of it. So you go through each tutorial, and they're using like a different library for some reason, but they're all just calling it make a Discord bot. They don't like put the library name in the title for some reason. And then I guess at some point they changed how it worked. So there was now this like concept of the cogs, and then like trying to find a series or like some kind of article or something that was talking about this. It was so frustrating. Eventually I found one like resource where they talked about how to do this. So I ended up converting everything over to classes, trying to figure out how to make this work. And then I got this working, which is pretty close to what I envisioned like the Rails side of it looking like, where what I would like to have happen is you have like a Rails app where you have like all of your servers and stuff that you're running. Maybe in this case, it's Minecraft servers. You come into the Rails app, you set up like all of the info of like a Minecraft server. So you add like your active storage image, you add like the IP address, the name of the server, the versions, or the mods you're using or whatever you're doing. And then you have the Discord bot pull from there. Now, because I was doing this in Python, I was like, whatever, I'll just set up my own SQLite database. And then I ended up getting this bot working, which I think I can just run by running like python main.py maybe. And then hopefully this works. And if this does work, he should pop up over here. There we go. So he's like, the bot's now active. It's lecture hall. He's using the same like avatar that I had in that one thing I posted to Twitter forever ago that no one here probably saw. I made like a Chat GPT 11 Labs. I called him Dad Tuber, and he this is what he looks like. But I can come in here now, and we have all the slash commands that you would expect. But I think if I come in here, I can do like Minecraft server status like that. So this is running I think this is running a Docker command, and it's looking for that specific server I was talking about setting up on DigitalOcean before. So whenever the server would be running in that DigitalOcean droplet, the Discord bot could go in and check it, and it would be checking it based on the info provided in the database. So in theory, you would then have the Discord bot that you could add to a server that would hook up to your Rails app, and whatever like data you have in your Rails app, it could then like display. I think if I do like what is it, server list, I just want to get like, is it one of these? Oh, they don't have the image. They should also have an image, unfortunately. I had it working where it would show an image, it'd show this whole card. You could like dismiss the card if you want to, or like remove the embeds. This was really cool. And I wanted to like translate this over to Ruby at some point and then see if this was like a series people would be interested in watching. Because I had like the ability to even like execute remote commands through Discord on the server. You'd use, in this case with Minecraft, you're using like Archon, which is their remote connection protocol or whatever. But yeah, this was really cool. This is something where I'm like, oh, if we set up like a community Minecraft server, it'd be really funny to do something like this and then have, I don't know, you could maybe do something where you have like some kind of points in the Discord channel. You can spend those points to, I don't know, like spawn stuff on the server. You know, just completely over-engineer it because you got nothing better to do, of course. But yeah, I think I have that hosted if people want to look at it. Let me just check. Python Discord. I don't know if I have like, I don't think I pushed up any environment variables, but let me just check. It'd be pretty funny if I did. Yeah, let me just come back here. I'll post this just in case people want to like take a look at it. I think it's largely built fairly well for what it is. It's just kind of thrown together. But like the code base is, from what I can tell, how other people set things up. Now there's some stuff I couldn't get working. Like trying to figure out how to get a help command for each of the commands was something I could not figure or find like a up-to-date resource on. And then there was a couple other like weird bugs, but this was a really good learning process for me. Like this, I learned so much making this weird little bot. Because like I don't, you know, I've used Python before, but I don't actively go out of my way to make stuff like this, I guess. Because most of it I'm just like, I could just go make it in Ruby in a couple minutes, or I don't know, JavaScript or something. But yeah, if we end up going like the community Minecraft server route, gonna need to make something like that. Okay, so let me come through here, and I gotta actually like figure out how to do this now. Because I think we're trying to do this, and there's really not anything here to look at, unfortunately. It's pretty much all of the Linktree stuff is very. This is like super plain, and you click on the share button, and then it pops up like all this other stuff that nobody cares about. And then suddenly it's like one of the ugliest things possible. Are you on the Tailwind V1 docs on purpose? I'm there because that's what I got linked to me at some point. That's actually a good point. What version of the docs can I go to? V3? Oh, that's just back here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I go back and forth. I think this one's just nice because it's nice to just come in here and grab like a quick component. These docs seem more in depth, but and this is also what I was concerned with like new Rails docs. These are the types of modern docs where there's everything is sorted and searchable, and that's nice, but it also makes it introduces like a different kind of problem where it's like paralysis by too many choices that I can make to find what I'm looking for. Like I come down here to Flexbox and Grid and I'm like, oh God, what is all this? And it's helpful if I know what I'm looking for, but right now I really don't because I'm still learning Tailwind. Hi, I'm new to the Rails world. Ruby v Next, what would you think about? I'm from Argentina. I guess what are you looking for? Is there somewhere where I could help? Like I could probably point you in a good direction if that's what you want. In which case, I think earlier we said just if you're just like new to the Rails world, I would go to the Go Rails path, and I'll go through some of those videos. Because you know, a lot of Chris and Colin stuff is very good, and also like their YouTube channel as well. They post some videos there too. But I think pretty much everything's going to be up on the Go Rails website, so that's good. And some of it's free. I need a border. That's what I'm looking for. But I just need like a regular border. I would just like, let's just come in here. Class. Like that. Okay. And then we want, does this work in Tailwind too, or is this just, yeah, that works. Okay, cool. Look at me. I'm learning. We got that, and then we probably want like a shadow. Let's go for a shadow. Y'all got any drop shadows? Yeah, okay. Drop shadow. I thought I had a plugin at some point that was supposed to help me with this. What was it? Extensions? Installed. Oh, I have to reload for GitHub Copilot? Okay, we'll do that real quick. There we go. While I have people here, it's actually a good point to do this. If anyone has a Rails extension that they think would be very useful for a beginner that you don't see listed here, because these are all the extensions I have right now, please let me know. Because I'm working on a like set up a newbie from scratch video right now. Like, as you can ignore like the just testing extension. Just something where I can like say from 0 to you can now write Rails code and not hate your life. I'm looking for extensions. So I have like the Ruby LSP. I have Copilot for me. I obviously wouldn't recommend that to a new developer, but I have like the ERB formatter. And I have like the Tailwind Fold Rails extension. So if you have any other ones where you think like this would be good for people, Stimulus LSP. See, that was one I knew I forgot. I remember reading about that like literally yesterday. Yep. Yeah, because this is I have a blog post. I don't know where I posted it. I always like send them to myself so that I have them somewhere, but I didn't send it to myself in my usual note location. Because I think if I come over here, yeah, this is what I usually do. I have a server where I just send myself stuff. I just come in here and I'm like, all right, well, this is a RuneScape screenshot. We don't need to talk about this. But usually it's useful information. And I see a link and I'm like, all right, let me go send this to myself in my own Discord channel so I can like search for it and find it. But I can't find where I sent the Stimulus LSP because there was another one in that list. It was like the Shopify or Ruby LSP. It was the Stimulus LSP, and there's one other. But yeah, I do think this is a good one. So thank you for that. Because I'm trying to get up to a point where like I can say, here's how you set up and install Rails on hopefully like a way where everyone can get it up and running. Because if I get the Windows users to install WSL, then I can just follow like basic Linux instructions. And then if your OS is slightly different, like Mac or something other than Ubuntu, you could probably figure it out. Because if you're already on that OS, you're probably comfortable enough converting commands as is. And then I want to set up like the extensions, and then I want to say, okay, now that you have all that done, let's go through like start to finish. How do you make Rails apps? Like a proper beginner's guide. Because I think the only beginner's guides I have are making some pretty unfair assumptions about developers. Where I'm like, what happened here? I'm assuming they know like the basic generator commands, or I'm assuming they know how to do some stuff that you really wouldn't know at the start. Like coming into the routes file, I can say go into the routes file, but I'm not really explaining why to go in there. So I think like more of a beginner focus series is what I'm trying to work on right now. So I'm asking about some of that stuff. Okay. Let's see. We have this. There was a link that got posted. Open status. There's a recent blog post on railsnotes.xyz about extensions. Railsnotes.xyz. Maybe that's where I saw it. Yep. This is actually it was the Solar Graph because they mentioned Solar Graph, and it was like Solar Graph is still a little bit better than the Shopify Ruby LSP. Yeah, right here. Hoping that it'll take over, but right now you should probably use both. So yeah, I'm gonna add that to the list as well then. See, this is stuff where like when I'm doing this on my own, I'm pretty much just relying on my own or putting out a tweet and hoping that people read it. So it's nice to be like streaming and just like be able to ask these questions. Solar Graph. And then I still have to figure out how I'm gonna like actually do the setup, because I'd like it if I could get them to like follow along with me. The only issue I have with that is like it's hard to set all of this up from scratch on a system where I can record. So that might be something where I have to look at it and say like, okay, how do I do that? So I was thinking maybe like a virtual machine, but I don't know if I can set up WSL in a virtual machine. Ruby Solar Graph. I think this one. Like that. Let's see. You could do an extension pack that configures the stuff the same way you have in the video. Ooh, that would be good. That might be a good thing to look into. I'm gonna make a note of that. Yeah, because if I can get something like that, just so that you know you have a bit more of a standard experience. Ooh, that's also a good point. I didn't even consider that. VS Code performance may be affected by too many extensions on low budget PCs. Do you think it would be fair to test that in a virtual machine and just put like the specs down? Like maybe I give it like 2 gigs of RAM and I don't know, 2 cores, and I see if it can run Visual Studio Code. Argentina present. Glad to see you. Got to start putting up some viewer demographics here. Start like a small country representation war in chat. Okay. What's it? I'm gonna say like VS Code performance concerns lower end PC, and I'll also throw something in here about VS Code extension pack. Yeah, because I was thinking like, if I can get WSL working in a virtual machine, I'll go that way. If I can't, what I'll maybe do is I'll just have to hand wave the WSL setup, and then I'll install like a fresh Linux box alongside them. So I think WSL setup at this point is just like a couple menu options you have to click. But I'd still like people to feel mostly like I'm walking them through it as I go. It's just always kind of hard to do that because you got to have certain things on the computer to be able to do the recordings. Okay. Close that, come over here. And then we come in here. Oops, I want to do this. Like that. Okay, and then we need to give this like a, I don't know. Let's see. I feel like I always struggle getting debugging to work, specifically within VS Code. For example, I understand how to use pry with Ruby, but using extensions with Rails app causes issues. You and me both. I think I've covered debugging like once or twice in videos. And in the videos, I make it sound like this is how I do things, but I absolutely do not use the debugger in VS Code. I can never get it to work great. I mean, you've seen me like working on this. I think the only time I've used a debugger while working on this was while I was working on the extension. Debugging is overrated. Yeah, I just print all. That's how I felt up until I got stuck in a multi-threaded application, and then I was like, all right, maybe we actually use the debugger now. It makes me feel better. Yeah, it was unfortunate, but it was just such a pain to get it to work. Let me see. What is happening here? Oh, interesting. It looks like Restream is just not showing me all my chat messages for some reason. Okay, so I have to actually read YouTube and Twitch chat, so I apologize. Give me a second. Let me see. I come from Next.js. Would you recommend me to learn Rails? How is it different from Next.js? Is one easier or better? It probably depends on what you're trying to get out of it. And also, like, if you already know Next.js, then it probably depends on... I would probably look into Rails and see if there's something with the ecosystem that you feel more comfortable with, or that you think would make it easier for you to do whatever you're working on. Because your own experience is always going to be probably a much larger factor than whatever the framework can do for you. I don't know if that makes sense. But like for me, you know, if I come into Rails and I don't know anything and I know like .NET, I can look at Rails and I could say, oh yeah, that is very fast to scaffold stuff, but I know I'm trying to make, I don't know, like a real-time chat app, and I'm really good with WebSocket stuff already in .NET. So I can probably just make that myself in .NET, and I might spend a little bit more time doing whatever Rails does for me, but in .NET, I can rely on my own experience once I get past those generators, and that'll make it a faster, more robust product. So that's really going to depend on like how comfortable you are with it, I think, or how comfortable you are with like Next.js. Because I usually feel like if one framework were just objectively better than every other framework, most people would just go use that other framework. Like you'd be a little bit of a weird business decision to just use something that can't do what another one can do. But that's like a problem you need to solve with that framework. So like usually you can solve most problems with most frameworks or most tools. It might just take a bit longer, be a bit more annoying in one or the other. Because again, like look at all the projects you see that use Java. Ain't nobody out here going to go like, oh boy, Java's so much fun to learn and it's so good, but you can still do it if you throw enough developers at the problem. So that's where like I usually get a little bit of flack from like Rails devs because I don't advocate for it a lot, but I feel like just let the framework speak for itself. You know, just watch someone use it and decide if that's something you want to use, and if it's not, then I guess it's not. Nothing there for us to worry about. Okay, what I'd like to do is there like a left or right alignment here? Let me actually look at this. No, it's just a top and a bottom. Okay, never mind. I lied. So let's do this and let's copy over the inline edit form for those. So I guess we grab like this one and this one. Let's put this in here for the name. We'll do this. Okay, so that works. And we can drag these. And that works too. Okay. Let's see. We also want the inline form here for this one, which doesn't need anything else. So we can just throw this one in here. Let me do this. It's a bit more readable because that's giving me a headache. Yeah, we have inline edits for both of these. By the way, this is a latency blog. Okay. Let me see. Monitoring latency, Cloudflare workers versus Fly. Default settings for each. Hold on. What is this? I've never used Koyib. Developer-friendly serverless platform that allows for global app deployment without the need for operation servers or infrastructure management. Interesting. Yeah, this is like another thing, just with all the server hosting, figuring out like or I guess like all the deployment platforms, you have, of course, like your monthly pricing, you have the egress fees if you ever want to leave, you have the actual performance of the platforms. But a lot of these concerns are also like you're running into that territory of like, does it scale to 1 million users? Where if you're looking at this and you're just launching your own developer blog, you're probably a bit too worried about performance before you get into anything, or before you've even launched something. Do you think it would be better to use test-driven development to build the app? Probably if you were trying to actually build a decent application, that would be a better way to do it. Unfortunately, I very much fly by the seat of my pants a lot of times, which is where I run into a lot of trouble. Because like, for example, I'm running into this weird behavior somewhere where like what was it? Like toggling the checkbox sometimes causes it to like reorder the list of items. And if I just had a test for that, then this wouldn't have broken whenever I made whatever change I did. I guess it would have broken, but I would have caught it like sooner, and it would have been easier to diagnose what broke it. Latency is the only metric that should matter at the beginning. Yeah, I agree with that. That's where like a lot of people run into problems with WordPress because they like misconfigure it, and then they end up with like no users because no one goes there. And like even in my case, if I go to here, Deanin.com, which is my WordPress website, it's still got a pretty heavy load. And this is like after consulting with someone that knows what they're doing, I'm still running into problems. So but this isn't service related. This is my own incompetence related. All the better to build the tests. Yeah, probably. I don't feel like it for this app. Because we kind of just threw this together like a day or two ago. Let's see. So what I want to do now is come in here and grab the check marks, which is not the link actions. Is it the link actions? Maybe it is. Oh boy. Where is it? Link actions right here. Yes, it is this one. So we'll grab this, I guess. And it looks like there's no stimulus controller here, so we should be fine. So let's come over to here. And let's put this down here for right now. Oh, we can at least enable this. We can make sure this is still good, which it looks like it is. But it looks like, if I remember right, this is over here. Maybe we got to pull it over to the left. Benefit of Linktree in general is that it has custom themes and tracks the popularity of them. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Linktree is so over-engineered at this point. Because, of course, they're like trying to monetize every aspect of it because you have a product that people use. Like, if we actually like critically look at Linktree, it has like the links, which is fine. It has the ability to, administrate them. That's fine. But like, all of the analytics over here are behind a paywall. And when you move between pages, like the time between page loads is actually crazy, considering the fact that like, this is just a website where you add a couple links to a page and then you call it a day. But like they have all these charts that pop in and then you got to wait for all those to pop in. And like, I don't know, how much do they want per month now? Or $90 per year, so $750 per month if you bill annually, I think. Which is kind of wild. And then $9 per month for like a couple links on a page at the end of the day. And like at that point, if you're paying that much, you might as well just like, in my case, I have the home page. You just point to a page like this that has links on a page. You're doing the same thing, but you get like a whole website out of it instead of just having one page that people can go to. So I'd say like the benefit of Linktree is probably just like the convenience and the word of mouth at this point. But there's alternatives to Linktree that are probably a little bit better even. Yeah, or you just build your own. Exactly. And that's sort of where this spawned from, because there was a bunch of videos from people posting like Linktree clones, but it was like single page Linktree clones without the back end. And I was like, it'd be neat if someone actually covered how to build like an actual Linktree clone and not just like the Linktree profile page clone. I also have to move this up here probably because this is a little weird to just have the user accounts right here. Okay, anyways, so let's come over here and let's grab the share button, which is also in the link action. So at this point, we could probably just render the link actions themselves. We can come in there and clean that up. So let's do this. Like that. But then we come into here and we probably just get rid of this. This is all a remnant from when this was a Bootstrap application. Because it was just copy pasted over. I think we need we might need one of these classes. I don't remember. It depends on what the stimulus controller is doing. Okay, so that's good. And then we probably just need to like pull this over or something. Which means we need to figure out how to once again do like grid columns or something. Yeah, something like this. Oh my God. My eyes always immediately glaze over when I start looking at CSS columns and layouts. This is where my interest just goes right down down the gutter. Just like I don't care. Just make it look the way I want it to look. Or give me like a drag and drop GUI or something. Okay, so this is 4 with 9. Okay, so this is the gap. So we would want these two. I guess we can copy all three of these and we can just adjust it, right? But we probably want to put that up here. And then we'll figure this out. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm much more a back-end dev than a front-end dev. So this is like so far out of my comfort zone. Oh wait, this is the wrong page. Okay, so we'll do this. That gives us our columns. We probably want 2, I think. Or would we do like 3 and then have, maybe we do 3. Ooh, web app analyzer. Assuming it wants to open. So Algolia and Auth0 maybe 95% the cost of Linktree. Probably. Let me come over here. This. There we go. And then we just give this a password. Like that. Oh my God, now I gotta log in my email to verify my email. This one thing, I see a lot of this on Twitter, people talking about like how much friction sign-up pages have on certain apps or websites. It is very true that like the amount of friction seems to continue to bloat, and it just, I feel sometimes like it's a chore for me to go check out a new website, which is why I end up using like 5 sites total at this point. Like live between the major social media sites, and for everything else, I'm like, please just give me a Google login button or something so I can move on with my day, or just don't put it behind a paywall or a account barrier or whatever. But then, of course, then they couldn't farm your data for like the sign up process. No idea why people still use Auth0 or roll their own auth. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You gotta, I guess you gotta deal with what you can. Oh wait, actually, in terms of brought it up earlier. Good like documentation pages or websites. There's also the Laravel website. I realized we were looking at this the other day. They have like a getting started page, which is fine. It has like, usual stuff, not really super cool to look at, but it also has like just a link to a whole website based on like videos about Laravel and like the whole series and stuff. So I don't know. It might be worth like if you do Rails docs and you're like the Rails docs person, maybe doing like a link to the Go Rails websites, like Learn Path or something, or like a community version of that or something. I use this simple login to avoid giving my real email. Yeah, I mean, sometimes like I'm honestly at that point because it's just so frustrating. You click on a link and then they're like, "Oh yeah, just log in." And I'm like, I just logged in 4 times. Like yesterday with the VS Code extension, the whatever it is, the Tailwind fold Rails stuff. When you go to like publish the VS Code extension, and then they're like, "All right, sign up for Azure, log into Azure," and then they're like, "Now log into the VS Code marketplace." You're just like, "But I just logged in. I literally just made an account. Couldn't you just link the two? Why am I logging into one if I got to go log into another one?" I don't know. It's a little bit frustrating sometimes. This thing hides your email using a Proton email. Gotcha. That might be the way to go then. Because I feel, well, I mean, the email I use for like YouTube especially is so spammed. I always feel so bad when someone tells me they tried to email me a question for like the channel, and I'm like, dude, I got one guy for some reason who signs me up to like every scientific journal under the sun. I don't know what this dude's doing, if he just uses my email as like a joke at this point. I always get these emails where they're like, "Oh, Nature just published this new thing and you're on the mailing list." I'm like, "No, I'm not." I always see their name and I'm like, "That's not even my name. How do you do this? How do you set this up?" Or there's one guy who he's tried this now on like 4 or 5 different accounts. I guess he like tries to upload YouTube videos, like programming tutorials for Rails, and then he makes a newsletter about his programming tutorials, and he keeps adding me to his newsletter, even though I keep requesting to be removed from his newsletter. And like at this point, I don't even believe it's a newsletter. I think he's just literally emailing me saying like, "Go check out my video," but he doesn't want to just say, "Go check out my video," which is so weird because I feel like I'm a pretty open person about like promoting stuff in the Rails community. Every time I get another email, I'm like, why are we still doing this? What could you possibly have to gain from this? Also with Gmail, you can add the prefix plus website, and if some website sells your data, you know which one it was. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I should probably start doing that. I mean, I still have to like, I'm probably going to move over to, I might try Hey as like an email provider. I don't know. Because like Gmail increased its prices on their like G Suite stuff, I think starting this week. And I'm like, $12 or $14 a month now for an email address or whatever they want. Like at that point, I might as well just go over to Hey and not have all the data harvesting happen. Medium sells your data, by the way. I'm not surprised. I mean, just look at their whole business model is just obnoxious. iCloud also has this built in. All these companies that actually care about privacy as opposed to the Google world that I live in. Got like a Samsung phone, and that's feeding data to who knows where, and then they're using that to sell ads on the Samsung smart TV. I'm just waiting for the day where I go downstairs to the fridge, and the fridge has like ads on it or something. Stop at the gas station, and the gas station pump has like Rails ads because they know that you're a developer and they've tracked that you're at the gas station right now, and they're like targeting it that way. Really is just getting beyond parody. Okay, let's come over here. So this is the old one. I don't want to mess with the old one. I want to mess with the new one. Like this. And then I want to come over here. You're only missing a Hawaii Roomba. Oh, jeez. Yep. Yeah, I got a car like 4 years ago, and I was messing around with the tablet display in the front, and it took like 5 seconds to find like the Alexa app. And I was like, why would you have an Alexa app in here? Like, who's gonna set that up? Like, this is the car. You're usually pretty safe in your own car to not have someone listening to you, and now you're just like, I'm gonna go ahead and just I'm gonna ruin this too for no reason. Like, what are you really gonna do with your Alexa app? Be like, hey Alexa, I want to play Skyrim D&D on the way home today or something. Like, extension create email aliases to hide yours. Oh, this might also be nice. Yeah, I don't know. I need something because I've realized that like the YouTube email at this point probably needs to change. I need to make like a different business email, and I need to set up a bit more aggressive filtering. And then for like personal work emails, I also need to change the one I use because there's been more than a couple companies that might not be using that the way they should be. Which is why I've just straight up stopped like giving companies my phone number when I like give them a resume. Like, y'all can't even be trusted with my email. I'm not going to trust you with my phone number. Gotta go. We'll be back another day. Alrighty. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Wish we gotten more programming done instead of whatever this is. Although we got cards. This is something. It looks a little bit better. It's only like 10 lines of code that have changed, but we don't got to talk about that. We can actually do admin. Let's get rid of that because I don't think we use that anymore. Come over here and do let's grab this. Let's do this. Let's do grid with 2 columns here, I guess. And then we'll do link or name and link, and then share and checkbox is how I think we'll do this. Border MT-5 like this. And then we'll do something. This is going to be 4, right? And then we want this to be 2, was what I said. Okay, which just turns into this. Because we need this to be like on the left side, right? The school, you took all the classes, emails, and register. Yeah. Yeah, that's no surprise there. There was a fair bit of that in school for me too. Let's see. Icon grip. We could put this over here. But it kind of makes sense to have this like this. So maybe we do like, I don't know, let's just do 2 divs real quick. Something like this, and we'll do another one. So we can at least break this up a bit. We want these in the first one. I think we want these in the second one. This. But probably want like the URL form over here almost. And these 2 over here. I think this makes sense, right? And we need like what would it be? We'll say like a margin something like this. So there we go. Okay, so I need a margin auto, margin left. Is it ML? Let's just try ML-auto for this one. This is the link action. So let's do class equals ML-auto. Does that work? And then what else? Oh, we have share button, and then that's next to the checkbox. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? So let's come into our link actions. Share button next to that one, so like this. We want to, like, I don't know, put these in. Oops, put these in the same one. Clean this up a lot. Oh, wait, I'm missing something. I'm missing the delete button. And the visit link button now that I'm looking at this. So let's look at... we have... Where's the visit link button? Analytics, lock, store settings. Is there a visit link option here? I guess there's not. Like, there's no real click this button to go to the website option. This is so weird. So I guess their workflow is like you put in a new link, and then to test it, you go to the actual page and just hope the button works, as opposed to letting you test it here. So I think this makes sense to deviate a little bit more, and then we'll put the checkbox here with a copy link next to it, and then we need the delete and the visit below that. So I'm gonna grab this, and we're gonna put these. Do we put these over here? We could put these over here, and we could do another column, right? Do something like this. And then instead of doing this, we get rid of these two. Like that. Which looks ugly right now. But hopefully we can fix this then. Well, let's grab these. Put these in here. Like that. Okay. We have this and this. And our link actions has 4 different forms, which means this should have like this. Oops. Like that, maybe. Share plus this. And then we have the visit link in this, which is the second column. So we almost want to take this and do we do, I guess we just do like a row. Maybe a row makes more sense here. Y'all got any of them there? Rows. Grid rows 4. Okay, so let's try that. Let's try rows 2. Oh wait, rows 2. Like that. Yeah, then we get share and active, visit and delete. And then for the visit and, oh my God, come here. You did it. I can't believe it. First subscriber ever on Twitch. I appreciate it. That money will go to whatever we said we were going to do. Is it like... There was something we were looking at that was like $200, and you mentioned, yeah, subs got enabled earlier today. So the requirements for like affiliate on Twitch are Ruby mine. That was it. Okay, it's such a waste of money. The requirements for affiliate on Twitch are like 50 followers, 3 average viewers, stream for 8 hours or something. But then they want you to stream on like 7 different days. And because the stream disconnected yesterday, for some reason Twitch counted that as 2 days. So affiliate unlocked like a day early because it said yesterday that I hit my 7th stream, even though it was technically only my 6th one. So yeah, I had to like sign up today, which was a whole process. There was so many tax forms, it felt like I was doing my taxes a second time. We can actually do this. Grid-calls-2. Great UX, yeah, seriously. Just congratulations on subscribing. Anyways, there goes your dark mode. Let me now burn your eyes. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Oh, and then we can still drag and drop these, right? Which updates them over here. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh my god. Prime sub. A hype train. 2 subscribers, and it's like, yeah. Encourage more money spending. That's one thing I noticed about like I appreciate it, by the way. I'm just memeing about it. That's one thing I noticed about like YouTube and Twitch is with YouTube, a lot of the features they introduce are like, this improves your viewers' quality of life. And with Twitch, a lot of the features are like, this improves how likely the viewer is to spend money on the platform. Where it's like you get the Twitch bit celebration, custom Twitch bit emotes, more emote slots for more subscribers, hype trains. There's that one thing where you can like promote a stream through bits or something. I don't even know. And over on YouTube, they're like, yeah, so we added the ability for like you to pin a message in the chat. And you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's actually useful. Twitch subs are worthless. I only sub to help the streamers. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. Like the Twitch Turbo or whatever is, I mean, it's not like a good deal. It's like $15 or whatever. But if you think about it, if you're like a big Twitch viewer, I'm sure that makes sense to people. Like for me, I come on Twitch and I watch Chilled and Connor and maybe like Iron Mouse, and that's like it, really. So I'm not like a big Twitch person. So for me, I'm like, oh, I'll give Chilled my Prime sub, and like that's it. But like, you know, the more I use, or the more I don't use Prime, the more I'm like, maybe I don't even need that Amazon Prime subscription anymore now. Especially since like I order stuff with Amazon Prime and like it never shows up anyways. Like for Christmas, every single thing I ordered was like a week or 2 late. So I'm like so happy that I ordered, you know, probably like 4 weeks in advance, because half the stuff didn't get here until like a week before Christmas. I'm like, oh yeah, free 2-day delivery, huh? I'm like, yeah, I know you guys are stressed and overworked and stuff, but like, good Lord. Congrats on affiliate. Thanks. I appreciate it. Wouldn't have happened without people actually showing up and watching the stream. So again, like the only thing I do is I just sit here, blab, and pretend to code for a few hours. I don't use Amazon because in Costa Rica, your package never arrives. Well, yeah, and that happened to my mom a couple times too. Like whenever she orders stuff now, she never gets stuff. And when I order stuff, it's either here late or they send me like 6 of it for some reason. Like I have this weird track record of Amazon just sending me like multiple things of the thing I ordered. And every time I'm like, do I return this? Like, what do I do? Are you guys going to charge me for 6 markers, even though I only ordered 1? Why are you doing this? It's really strange. But yeah, I can imagine, like, just based on how long it takes here and the fact that stuff sometimes doesn't show up, I can't imagine it's much better in Costa Rica, if not worse. But like, what are you going to do? Complain? They don't care. They don't listen to people. They're far too big for that. Oh, right. So I was doing this. So now maybe I'm thinking like there was an icon framework, which I think we put in the README. We could probably go look at that, right? There was definitely icons that were mentioned right here. These. Tried ordering a new PC for my sister a few months ago, and the delivery was delayed for almost 3 weeks. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been experiencing. Like, it's literally weeks worth of delays. It's not, oh, this didn't get here today. It's going to get here like 3 weeks from now. I don't, I'm like, what do you do? Like, they just don't care. FedEx is trash. Well, and that, like, for us, or at least for my family, like, pretty much everything we've ordered recently isn't even coming through FedEx or UPS anymore. Now it's like everything comes through the United States Postal Service, which also comes with its own delays. And if it's not coming with them, sometimes it's coming with like their little Uber drivers for Prime. And like, it's the people, like, it's just some person like doing the delivery in like their car after work. I don't know how it works, but they just kind of show up. They throw the package on like the sidewalk and then they leave. You get like the people from FedEx who show up, and they at this point they know they can just open the garage door. They can put it in the garage so it's nice and safe. And they're trying to be nice people. And like during the summer, we like if we're grilling, we'll offer like the UPS driver like a hot dog or whatever when he pulls up. But you compare that to like the Amazon Prime delivery experience, and you order a computer and they like literally just kick it off the back of the truck and they're like, we got to go. Or they get stuck in your driveway in the middle of winter, which is also fun. Oh no, I prefer going to the U.S., get my package and coming back all on the same day using the Costa Rica postal. I love how we all just hate our own postal services. Feel the same way with Prime. At least I can give back a little cut with the Twitch Prime sub. Yeah, that's what I do with. Like at this point, if I go to like chilled stream, because every month I come back in here and I come back in here and I give him my Prime sub. I think I'm at like 17 months. And I'm like, it's not much, but at least it's, $20 or $30 back from from my subscriptions. I definitely watch him enough to make it worth it, but it does raise the question of like what I'm actually using the Prime for if none of my stuff gets here. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. See, I have the exact opposite experience. There's one Prime delivery driver. Just he always shows up and he always like throws the stuff, because we have like a pretty long driveway up to the house. He always like throws it in the bushes. Like, which is, to be fair, it stops people from stealing it. Like, I live in the middle of nowhere. No one's going to steal it. But it's also just so, like, disrespectful to just take it and, like, throw it down the side of the driveway. And then you compare that to, like, the people that come up and, they're so happy to see you with, like, UPS or something, and they hand you the package, and then you tell them to have a nice day, and then they start crying because it's the first decent human interaction they've had all day because everyone was, like, needlessly rude to them. Like... No, you're not the one I have a problem with, but that guy out there who keeps throwing stuff in the ditch, I want to talk to him. All right, I want to come over here and I want to actually like include this somehow. Guide. What are we using? Did I use? Oh, I used import maps for this, right? /import map. Gross. Lucide. Okay, so we got that. FedEx in Costa Rica is like, hey, we have a package for you, but you live 5 kilometers away, so come and get it yourself. Oh my God. Do you also have it where like you order something from like 5 kilometers away and then they just ship it to the other side of the country for no reason at all? And it's like in a sorting facility. Like in my case, it goes like 3 or 4 states over, even though it's coming from like, 30 miles north of me. And I'm like, how was that the best route for this package to get here? Like, I think when I was growing up, my mom like ordered a Xbox for like one of my friends. And it ended up going to like Kansas, and then it got lost for like 6 months before the package finally showed up on the door one day. Which like it didn't show up at his door because he lived a couple states over. So then we had to reship it to his place because they messed up like the billing and the shipping address. And then of course he turned around and he sold the Xbox. I was like, oh, that's great. I was kind of doing that so we could, you know, play together, but okay. I guess you learn your lesson, right? One way or another. Okay, so if I do this, can I now come in here and like use the icons? Because that should be good there, and then pins it here. App JavaScript. Okay, so it gives the CDN usage. We gotta create icons, so maybe we have to do this in like built with fully tree shakeable. And then we grab this and we put it in there. Also, I had to calculate and pay taxes myself because the FedEx guys are useless. This is mafia. Oh, geez. Oh, wait. I want to put this in. Let's put this in the index page and just see if I can get this working. Over here, I guess. Oh, bin/dev. Okay. We want to come in here. So maybe we got to put like a stimulus controller on the page to do this. Or do we just do, I guess we could just do like a, well, we're not really using it here, right? So let's do it in the place where we're actually supposed to do it, which is here. Where do we want this icon? Well, wait, what icon is this? Before I get too distracted, what icon am I already using for this? Grip vertical. Oh, right, this is the SVG stuff. Okay. Let me come in here and let me see. Do you guys don't just have an SVG? Oh, wait, you do. You do just have an SVG. I'm literally looking at the page that like, oh my God. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just going to grab the SVGs. I'm going to use our little SVG tool, which doesn't quite work with the Tailwind fold stuff, but that's okay. Because it doesn't collapse the classes on here because this uses classes : instead of class : I wonder if we could change that though. Maybe I come into the helper and I change this. Let's see. Hold on, side mission. Not here. Links helper? Can I just do this? Can I switch this to class? Does this break everything or does this work? I think that worked. Now can I come in here and do this? Looks like it. And then can I do this? Yeah, look at that. And now Tailwind fold stuff works on here too because we're following the same convention as everything else. Cool. Okay, and then I wanted this for like delete button, right? So let's look for like a trash can and we'll grab this one, trash 2. Then we'll download the SVG to our downloads folder. We got to put this in our images, icons. And then I guess, is this like a transparent thing or something? Oh, hold on, one sec. Got a pretzel delivery. A nice warm pretzel delivery. Okay, so we can do this, and then we can come over here to, let's do outline, just so we can try it with an outline as well. So we'll do trash 2 SVG, and then we can do it over here in our admin links. Or no, our link actions right here. And then I guess instead of the text, we do like just a regular button too, right? So we do button to this, do end, like that. Just make sure this actually works. And then can we put like the icon in here, which would be whatever that other icon was, this one. Like this. That gives us another grip vertical, but then instead of a grip vertical, we want this to be our garbage can, which is trash-2. Trash-2. But this is outline, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then let's get rid of the classes for this that make it a button. Oops. Let's get rid of these. But wait, actually, I'm going to get rid of these. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, and then we need the text colored black. Does that look right? Oh, it's like a gray. Oh, which means we have to come over here and look at the grays. Okay. Colors. Hey, Morrow, how are we doing? You're here just in time to watch me actually do some coding for 10 minutes before I get sidetracked again by like a Minecraft mod or whatever. I want colors. I like the actual color thing that I was looking at yesterday, which is not this. Was it customizing colors? Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. I'm probably looking for like this one, right? Gray-400. Could you text-gray-400? Is this a thing? Let's see. Is that the color they use here? I mean, kinda. I'm going to change it up 1 because I think it'll look a little bit better if it's a little bit darker. And then for the visit link, we can just look for like an eye, maybe, like this. And we can download this one, and we can just put this in our folder. I.svg. And this is another outline, so we'll put it in here. And then we'll close this, and we can come in here, and we can copy this for our visit link. Also, FedEx sent the PC to Liberia, which is in the opposite site where I live. They delivered at 8th of November and was supposed to be delivered at 10th of October. Good Lord. We have your package on the way. That's wild. Yeah, and this is how they get you. They say it's like 2 week or 1 week, 2 week delivery, but like they just don't create the label for like 20 days. And then it's like 8 days from that point that they sent it. And they're like, well, it got there in 8 days. You're like, well, it got there in 8 days after you waited like 20 days to send it to us. Yeah, it's amazing how convenient that little lie is and how often it happens too. Okay, so I want this to be a button to, or no, I want this to be a link to. We don't need the text, so we can actually just get rid of this, but it has to be this URL link, whatever. Then we have our classes, and I'm gonna actually collapse these. Come over here, this is I. Like that. Refresh. Okay, so we have that, and now we can get rid of this one, I think. Like that. And we can refresh. Now we have an eye, a trash can, and a share button. Okay. I think there's actually probably a way to even clean these up into like their own little helper partial things, but we'll see. This is quite a lot to get a little bit done, but hopefully this will at least make it look a little bit better. Because between the like inline updates and stuff, although I think actually now that I'm looking at this, it would be nice if clicking off of this would cause this to hide. But I guess that's a bit much for right now, so we'll just leave it like this for now. I need a share icon. Share. What do they use? It's like the little up arrow, right? This thing. We'll copy this. Downloads. Grab this and drag it over to our outlines. And we do the exact same thing. But unfortunately, each of these also need like their own stimulus controller for stuff. So I guess it makes sense that it wouldn't be its own partial. Oh, here we go. D&D kit. There's a new kit on the block. A modular toolkit for building drag and drop interfaces. That's so fancy. These animations are they're so buttery smooth. Here's my question though. Could I make this droppable container another thing that I could drag and drop into a bigger droppable container, or would that break it? Because that's what breaks with the stimulus components drag and drop that I'm using. Yes, you can. Okay, so yeah, then it's just a better solution. Let me search an example. Okay. Yeah, because like with the stimulus components, that's one of the open tickets is like nested drag and drop causes it to not work correctly, I think. But with the rewrite that he's working on with the application, who knows? Because they're adding like inline examples similar to this, which will be really nice. Feels like everyone's working on a big project right now. It's really cool. In like the Rails space. Share button, that's what I was working on. Okay, so we want the share button up here, which means we need to change the share button partial. Which also means I should probably put these into their own partials so it's a bit cleaner, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Oh, right. This has the literal share text though, right? That's how they do it. Or that's how we decided to do it, I should say. Where you copy it and then it says copied, and we're doing the same thing, but instead it's share and then it says copied. Classic Kanban example. Oops. Click on it this way. That way it'll actually open up in the browser. Yeah, I think this was the step where it messed up if you wanted to drag like this. Which is a shame because this was actually something I wanted to do. But then like making this work would have required like effectively restarting with the whole drag and drop. And I was like, it's too much. Okay. Yeah, so I want to come in here to our links. And maybe we change this because they have this little, like, whatever you want to call this. Like a toggle. Oh, and that takes us over here. And this is the one where you click get the code and then they want like, I don't know, a lifetime supply of Scooby snacks worth of money to get it all. It's crazy. Do a full Go Rails jumpstart template for that price. Okay, is there a toggle in here anywhere? I guess we could just keep it as a checkbox for now. It doesn't matter. Maybe I just fix the spacing a bit. The rows, we got the columns, but this needs like some kind of spacing around it to make this look a little bit better. Maybe we come in here and let's do a class equals whatever. Something like that. ML-2. Does that work? 5. Oh, wait. MR. Oh, this is for the copy button. What am I doing? Okay, I need to come into the checkbox, which is our inline active toggle form. So let's come in there. Then in here, we can add actual classes. But I guess we add the classes to the turbo frame, maybe? Let's try that. I don't know if you can style these, can you? Never tried. Oh, looks like it. ML-1. I guess I could have also just done a margin right over there. That would have been fine. Let's do like 5. Is that too much? Oh, that makes sense. Now I just have to figure out why clicking the copy button is causing this to shift so much. Because it's like pulling everything over when that happens. Okay, so that's the share button, which is in here, which is the span. I guess I could like reduce the font size when the copy stuff appears. Maybe that's a better way to do it. Or I just like set a better width here. I don't know. Let's see. W-3. Just make a mess. But then this is also, because this gets changed in the stimulus controller, right? Maybe that's why it's being weird. Okay. Because I kind of like this, but I also don't like that it's, let's do this. Class equals, I want this to be a MT-2 maybe. That. MT-1. This is the secret behind my company dashboards. Just don't tell them. React grid layout. React grid layout is a layout system for React. It features auto packing, draggable and resizable widgets, static widgets, a fluid layout. Oh, this is actually pretty cool. So what, you just tell them, yeah, I can get it working in like 2 weeks. And then what you mean by that is you'll just throw in like a third-party library like this and call it a day after like 2 hours? That's terrible. But yeah, I told them, guys, this is too complex. I may need some months. See, this right here is the true software development experience. Is that how you know you're doing it right? Because everyone understands exactly what you mean when you say that. It's too complex. I might need a couple days, and then I'm going to go to the beach. And then, yeah, you just bill like 40 hours for that. That was a lot of what they wanted me to do was just basically like run yum commands. Because it like a lot of the requirements were just install X, uninstall Y, do Z, and I was like, okay, but we already have package managers. So you just like make the program run the package manager command, and then you're like, okay, I'm done. They're like, whoa, that was fast. How'd you do it? And I'm like, I just had it execute commands until it worked. It's so weird because sometimes like the bugs you have to fix are so complicated, so involved. And then other times you're like working on this big important feature and it's like, yeah, you just do like the bare minimum of like software development. And then you're just like, okay, well, we're already done with the big feature. So we'll just take the rest of the week off now. Oh, this is actually cool. It's got like halfway points in between them. This is really neat. Try resizing them. Ooh. This is cool. All right, see, this is the kind of thing that makes me jealous. Maybe we should all just become reactives. Now we just got to do one of these where like the same number can combine with the one next to it to make like a bigger number. We turn it into like a 2048 type game. And then we make the next like Suica. It's just like resizable 2048 Suica. We could make literal tens of dollars if we did that. Okay. So if I click this, this takes us to the link, right? Oh, but it's doing it in the same tab now. And I kind of want this to happen in a new thing. So why is my target no longer working? Okay, we need the view button, which is over here. Here. Let me collapse all these. Data confirm. So yeah, we want this to be like target. And what is it? Like underscore underscore blank. Something like that. Now if I click on this, now it'll open in a new tab, which is much better. This stream was hilarious, by the way. If you guys didn't watch it, the Ruby Ronin show. This was fantastic. Absolutely recommend it. I'll post the link. Let me do this. They were talking about like, you know, some of it was like venting the about like Ruby development. Others parts were just, you know, having fun about it, but it was really funny to hear people like voice some of my grievances that way. Okay, so that's good. Now I need to make sure this works. So I'm going to do a test and case, create. This is not checked. We check it. That causes it to appear. We can delete it, which that works too. See, all of this is working. So let's do git status, git add dot, git commit -m, cleanup, admin, index page. Something like that. This is how I made a really complex flow diagrams. Whoa. Oh, hey. This feels very similar to, I think you showed us the Miro clone yesterday. This feels similar to some of those tools. Although this is so much more, this is already like a better diagramming tool, whatever this is, compared to like some of the issues I run into with like diagrams.net or Draw.io or whatever it's called these days. Just the fact that these actually anchor to each individual component and like follow it, as opposed to me needing to constantly sit there and trying to reattach it, is really nice. Got a little mini map too. Oh wait, I can do. It's been a hot minute. We can do a Kamal deploy, redeploy, and we can see how long it takes today. We'll send that up here, and then we can get rid of this super cringe looking dashboard and actually get something usable. And then while that's going, I can look at this button and look into replacing this with like a drop down. Is this where we got the nav bar from? Nope, it is not. Is this where we got the nav bar from? We all day send React libraries that make my job. That's the way it is sometimes. You get so familiar with where to find the resources that you're like your own knowledge base in that regard. I'd like some kind of like image plus drop down, like a Gmail style thing, or I guess I can go to YouTube, a YouTube style thing. Maybe something like this. You click on it and it shows you stuff. So let's come here and let's find a logo. Ooh. Tables with filtering. This is so many people's jobs right here. It's just making a filterable table. This is a more shad CDN. Yeah, the shad CDN table. Let's see. I need something like that. Give me something. Right click menu. Interesting. Okay, so what's this? Let's just grab it. Mobile. Yeah, I guess that's fine, right? Something like that, and just put the username in there. And let's close all this and come over to the nav bar. cmdk.paco. Ooh. Fast, composable, unstyled command menu. This is so fancy. This is something with the, what is it, the Hotwire combo box gem that I talked about a couple weeks ago. You get like the search with the autocomplete. Something like this is always, it's such a good user experience. But without a tool like this, it's just such a pain to set up like properly. So it's really nice that we're getting something in that area. There we go. So now it's updated. We have a decent looking app. I still don't know how I feel about the grip being right here, but the rest of it seems fine. Oh, those are centered. That's why. Okay, let's come over here. Let's do a bins. Oh wait, how long did that take? 195 seconds. So that was a bit longer than the other day. Okay, and I'm gonna grab all this. We'll try putting that in here. Like right here. Okay, that gives us a whole nav bar. But I really only want the, what is it? The drop down. Get rid of this. And then let's get rid of this. And this. Yeah, I don't like this. This is getting too hacky. It's getting wacky and hacky. Let's see. Tailwind drop down. Free examples. Yeah, just something like this. Oh, good Lord. And then the JS we need for this is some other stuff. But this is for the, also we have a package for designing emails with Tailwind and React. At the sidebar, there are more examples. Login code with linear, Notion magic link. This is fancy. There's a lot of examples here, actually. There's newsletters, too. Whoa. Code is right on the header. Oh. That's pretty cool. That's a smart way of doing it, too. Just getting a invite from Alan Turing. No big deal. Just casual invite. Feel like I've seen some of these as phishing attempts in my email inbox before. So much stuff with React. It feels like overwhelming how much you can just pull out of a box at this point. Using Tailwind Elements ES format, then you should pass the required component to the init TE. So let me grab this and let me just see. Does this work out of the box? So does it render PDF with React code or make them from just code? Probably need to change that. Yeah, I think there's a couple libraries like this for Rails as well, where you can, or I guess it's Ruby where it does it. It does a lot of the PDF conversions. Which again, this is like such a common thing that people want you to be able to do. So having libraries for this is nice. This was actually a big one with the some people I worked with in the past. Took them months to get like a PDF renderer created. And I don't know why, because there's clearly libraries that would have done whatever they needed, but you know how it is. Okay, so that one's also going to be a no-go. Styling the Tailwind dropdown. I'm not watching a whole video tutorial. Just give me a thing to copy pasta. Also, I think the main reason why, or I think I'm the main reason why your productivity went to the floor. Yeah, but that's half the fun of streaming is not just coding. It's not like every day I have to sit here and crank out project stuff. I already have an idea for the video this week, so I'm not super stressed about it. And this Tailwind React thing, or Tailwind React, this Linktree clone that I'm working on here is for different reasons. Okay, I need a drop down. I have to find something. But I'd like one that doesn't have like all this other crap attached to it. So let's do this. Maybe this one. 15 lines. That seems reasonable. And then we need this in the CSS. I've written down around 50 things for you. Yeah, see, and other people are learning too. I wish, okay, so here's the deal. After the stream, I will 100% go put Twitch chat and YouTube chat on the stream somewhere. Like I'll figure out a way to make the I don't know, the Twitch overlay stuff work. I can't do it while I'm live because every time I try and add in the chat, it keeps crashing the stream. So I'm gonna have to do that afterwards. But I'll add it so that people can like follow along. And then maybe I gotta find some way to like maybe I'll replicate the chat in like Discord so people can follow along with the links. Because it would be nice to, you know, not just have Twitch chat see all the links. But that's stuff I gotta figure out as I do this more. So we have that, and then we'll grab this. And then we'll do this down here. Just do that. Oops. Oops. Come on. There we go. Give me something. Okay, so this will work. And then we'll grab this and we'll put this in there. Like right here. Boom. That's not quite what I wanted, but we're getting closer. And then let's get rid of this and F11 to full screen this. And we'll grab these colors because they're pretty. We want this one and is that? Oh, it's like transparent. I see. I see. What if I grab all this and I put this in here for this one? Got font semi-bold. Like this. Okay, that's closer. See, we're making progress. We can probably get rid of the download button. Get rid of this, maybe? Or no, we need to get rid of this. There we go. Then we can come in here and we can say this is going to be the current user.username. There we go. Like that. There. Beautiful. And then we need to fix this. It's going to be these three links, right? And we need to change these colors as well. Also, we don't need the inline block because we have the inline flex. He's learning. Probably. Either that or he's just getting better at copy pasting again. It's always so hard to tell with this guy. Teal 500. So let's grab this. Put this in here. I don't know if this will look okay. We'll see. This is the drop-down menu itself. Right now it looks like that. That's gross. Okay, so this one has to stay gray. But we probably want the... I wonder if that would work. Let's try these, maybe? Oh, teal, like this. Copy this, and we'll paste it in here and here. Wait, let's do this. Oh boy. This is something that I can't solve with code. This is something I have to solve with what feels like it looks good. I don't know if I have that kind of eye. Okay, let's do this. We'll get rid of these two like this. We'll copy this for right now, and then we'll do a, what is this? Okay, so it's an LI. Both these don't have a class? Okay. I already mentioned React Aria. Swipeable tabs component. I don't think you did. Oh, that's cool. So wait, if I go here? Oh yes, if you click between these, it actually goes through each individual one between them. It looks like. That's really neat. React. Oh yeah, this is from the Spectrum Adobe, right? Oops. Of course it opens on the wrong window again. Oh, cool. Delete. Oh, and then you can swipe all the way to just automatically delete, or you can just partially swipe to have the delete option. Yeah, this does feel straight out of iOS. Full set. Oh, the toggle switch. I wanted to use one of these. Never have anything nice around here. Maybe I could just like import this into my project. Maybe I'll just add React so I can have the single toggle switch. That seems reasonable, right? What's this? Oh, right. I was doing this. So this has an empty LI. And then in this LI, we do the link. Link to... And then we want to do the edit account and that's the whole code, copy pastable. Yeah, that's the way I like it, is when it's right there. I don't have to rely on myself to think. It just makes it really easy to copy paste like that. And that's going to be the edit user registration path, like that. We're probably going to have to add some classes or something. Yeah, because that looks weird, but edit account. Or let's say update account. I don't know. Update, manage something. Like that. And then we want to come in here and give this these classes. Say class of this. We can hopefully collapse everything and update account. Okay, so we got one link. And we just copy this and we paste it. And this now becomes log out. It's going to be the destroy user session path. And we need this to have the, what is it? The data. I'll stop, I swear. Oh, geez. Or wait, no, it's not data, is it? It's just method delete, or does this not work with links? I think links you might need the data turbo. Yeah, otherwise this is a get. Even though it says method delete, it's still a get for some reason. So I think we can fix that by doing a, let's see. Do a data colon that, and then we want to say turbo underscore method colon, oops, method. Colon delete, like that. Hey, there we go. Then we can log back in. Okay, beautiful. Probably still want to like change the size of things, but aside from that, I think this is looking a lot better. Just one more. I knew it. You can't stop. You're addicted. Serverless? Nah, bro, you homeless. That's terrible. Oh, jeez. Yeah, $104,000. 190 terabytes of bandwidth in 4 days. That's insane. They're yeah. Oh my god, this is so criminal. That was due to a recursion issue in the Netlify deployment asset system. Oh my god. So they didn't have to pay this, right? Like after they found out it was an issue in their own deployment system, they went, "You're good, right?" Surely. That's wild. Oh. Everything just had a moment there. They gave them a 5% discount. Okay, well, I know what service I personally will never be using. That's a ringing endorsement. We did an oopsie whoopsie anyways. That'll be $5,000. It's so kind of you to give me a 5% discount. I really appreciate that. What would I do without such a lovely, lovely discount? PT1. So what I'd like to do now is Netlify is like Vercel, but more expensive, slower. Yeah, I haven't really heard a lot of... Netlify is like one of those things. Oh, hey, thank you, Clear for Blue. Although I don't know how I feel about you now being subscribed both here and like on Patreon for like 4 years. Make good choices. You're enabling me. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to find like an extra like Discord tier for you or something. And I'm also going to have to like find stuff to actually put on like the Patreon so that people get rewarded for subscribing instead of just whatever it is right now. All for the Ruby mine license. You guys need to be stopped. Oh my God. Where's the pricing on this? This is per user, first year, second year, third year. At least it gets cheaper. No, I think I'm going to stick with VS Code. That's crazy. Oh my God. All right. No, but I do appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, I want to like change the width on this. Once you start using it, there's no turning back. Well, and that's why that reduced pricing seems really smart by them, because you're sitting there like, oh, what is it? Like sunk cost fallacy. Like I've already paid to get the reduced license. I might as well keep going. It's like how Adobe does it with their like Creative Cloud, but instead of them like reducing the price over time, what they do is they keep increasing the subscription because they know they've got you. And there's no way for you to leave without being massively inconvenienced because there's no egress fee. The egress fee is just the amount of time you spent making the assets, which is somehow also not great. Been paying yearly for JetBrains ID for almost 3 years and I don't use them. That's the way it is. I've realized there's a lot of those, not like JetBrains type subscriptions, but just a lot of subscriptions I let sit there that I completely forget about. Like one that I used at one point was like this link shortener, and then it was like $1 subscription at the time. And I thought that's no big deal. It's been like 3 years. I went and I checked. They're charging like $6 a month now, and I'm like, holy, you guys really cranked up the price on that. All you're doing is shortening some links for me. Like I don't need, again, it's like Linktree. They've just, the feature creep has gotten so insane that you just question why that's a thing. License is yours forever. The last version you licensed, for example, you started at 20. This is your version. Oh, I see. Okay. That's not that bad then. I don't know. I think at this point I'm so used to like VS Code that it would hurt me to use anything else. At least for like Ruby related stuff. Maybe if I got a job as like a Rails developer, but just for regular development, I feel too comfortable with this workflow. Now that said, I have tried to use VS Code. I like VS Code, but how's that slow on big code bases? Yeah. If you don't use something like NX to hide repos, it's a mess. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I tried using it for like a Java app at one point, I think, and that was a situation where I was like, okay, maybe we can't do it here. And I've also tried with a couple different like C# projects where it's just I can't get whatever VS Code extension I need to work, and then I just go, all right, it's back to like Visual Studio, or we're gonna actually work on this. But usually this is like the first thing I try because I'm like, please just work. I need to come in here and change this to padding top, and then we want a like change this to like 6. I wonder if this is gonna change this at all. Let's double it and see what happens. Yeah, we gotta come in here. Let's do like probably do it in here, maybe. PY-10. Oh, so this is actually attached to the top size. Really missed Visual Studio. They had a true debugger. I really do like the Visual Studio debugger. That's one thing you got to give it. Everything else, I do question my sanity a lot, but for the debugger specifically, comparing it to like VS Code, which at this point, I think we could safely say just isn't really a debugger. Yeah, the Visual Studio one's a lot nicer. That said, by the time you're done launching Visual Studio and actually turning on the debugger, you could have already fixed the problem in VS Code. So there's always going to be that trade-off. It's weird. It's like every time you hover over it, it's... Oh, this is that one, the loading the previews, because this counts like page views or something. Okay. And then I'm going to get rid of this because we don't need the log out button here anymore, right? So let's go to the index page, admin index. We can come in here and we can get rid of this because we don't need it. Like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Appearance, still got to clean this up, and then we can do analytics again. And then we'll basically be back where the other app was, but with a just objectively better application, probably. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, this button did something. I say that, like obviously the button did something, but what did it do on here? It was like the share button, and I don't like this. Where else did I see this? I think this was Amazon earlier. I went to Amazon to like share like a link with someone, and they got rid of like the copy link button. They've buried it in like a third or a fourth menu now, where you got to click through it all the way to find the copy link button, because instead they want it to just go straight to the app for some reason. Yeah. Put it in ×2.
Server actions, which are a new alpha feature in Next.js 13.4. They let you run server-side code directly.
Oh yeah, did you see the that they're doing like server actions in like React itself? It sounded like from that Fireship video. Something server. I don't fully remember what I saw. I'm just parroting what I saw in a Fireship video. Server actions are from React, not Next.js. Gotcha. It was like one of their changes for their next React version.
From your React components without.
Yeah, let's speed. Playback speed ×2. See, I like this, but the thing about this that always throws me off is when I look at this as like a new viewer, the first thing I think is like, how do I get here? Like from scratch, I'm always like, how did we get here? And then there's always like a bunch of just magic that happens to conjure it on the page. It always throws me off a little bit when I'm like learning something, which probably going to run into that when I'm doing, when I start learning like Next.js on stream. But I get thrown off so hard when I look at a video and like the code just has already materialized in the editor. And I'm like, okay, but am I going to have to type all that? Or when it's like small chunks that get pasted in, I'm like, okay, I can do that. But if it's like a lot of chunks, and even if it's like the end result of what I would have had to copy paste in anyways, I'm like, this is a lot. And immediately I'm just like, this is painful. What's happening? It's like the video is having a heart attack. It's 3 files of interest. Input, text area, then your submit button. From entries. Prisma post create. Await after save. Okay. I mean, that seems pretty reasonable. Oh, there's more. Okay, hold on. What is this? Okay, so this was the new post form. This is the actual page itself. And then we also have page.jsx. Wait. Oh, this is the new page. And then, okay, so let me see if I got this right. This right here is for the actual page, which is going to have a list of posts and then the new post form. And we also have the new page right here for the new post. Redirects to the post ID after that. Okay. And then we have the new post form itself, which is what we were looking at. Yeah, a lot of this seems really intuitive. Some of it seems a little bit scary just looking at. But this is just, you get rid of the Prisma and it just becomes, post.find by ID and then order by descending. Which is like similar enough to what we do in Rails already, right? Prisma is like active record, but for JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah, again, that's where you the familiarity just comes with the experience. Where you use it for a bit and you're like, oh, this is just like the other 13 tools that I use. Oh, whoops. Let me see. Okay. Oh, fun. Looks like someone's getting into some questionable legal trouble near my house. Always amazes me how people spend their time. Oh, what do you do for fun? Oh, I stream programming stuff. Oh, that's cool. I just threatened like 14 businesses by calling in fake threats. Oh, okay. Sure. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry. I'm not really sure what you want me to say here. You're always sitting there like, oh, of course it's someone I know. Why wouldn't it be? Okay. Did you see what Jake was up to in his free time this week? Not really. Why? What'd he do? Oh, it's just threatening local businesses and establishments. In legal problems, my company discovers that half the code base is in public gist. I worked for a business that really should have had very strict security, where someone was just arbitrarily uploading specific design docs to the Adobe Creative Cloud. At this point, I don't think businesses are really surprised by anything. It's more so like, could they afford to get rid of you? And I'm going to go ahead and guess the answer is probably no. So the worst thing they'll do is they'll just say, why? Why is it all in public gist? Can I change this to like a link maybe? Link to root path do. Like this. I guess it seems fine, right? Appearance page. Was there anything else here that we need to do? Pick an image, remove, profile title, bio. Maybe we gotta look at some forms, but I'm not really looking to style this too much. Core concepts, form states. Okay, let's see. Probably just grab one like this, right? And then just put this in here. So this is the appearance page, which has a profile form in it. Which is in here. Okay, so we'll grab this, put it in here. Grab this, put it in here. Grab this, put it down here, and we can get rid of this like that. And we have this span right here, which is for the username. Let's grab this, and then let's grab label and the content. Let's come over here. Good God. It goes off to like a different zip code sometimes. This is like multiple too. It spans multiple lines where you have to scroll over to the side. I was really just looking for something a little bit more simple like this, maybe. Oh, and then we need these in there, right? So let's grab all these and let's just move these in here for right now. We'll put them below this input, below the label, like that. Okay, this looks a little bit better, but I don't want it to be. This. That. Something like this. And then what is this for outline, focus, border? Let's cut all this, get rid of this input. And then let's put this in here. Like this. Refresh. Class. I know how to read. Okay, so that's better. Like that. And then we can do the same thing for the other fields, and then we'll just have to change one to a text area. You're calling it a day? Well, I appreciate you hanging out. Good night. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for hanging out and chatting. I appreciate you. Okay. Let's grab this. Let's copy it a couple times. Oh wait, do we need the label for each of these? Like this? Content's the body. Or no, content's the attachment, right? Let's deal with that in a minute here. That one EC2 instance you forgot to turn off. It's so true. Oh my God. This is so true. I mean, just look at how much I got charged that one night with that Kamal issue, where we had like a second container running and that number just kept going up and up and up. And that was like $6 a month. So you can imagine how quickly that stuff adds up if you're not paying attention to it. Okay, this should be the bio. Or no, we'll do this for profile. Title is what they call it. This is going to be for the name, I think. Not required. Say profile title. That. Oops. Oh, refresh. Oh wait, we're going to refresh. I'm refreshing the Linktree page. Okay, so this one, and then we have this one for profile title, but this needs to be name and that's good, I think. And then we need we don't need the name down here anymore. We need the bio. So we probably want to copy this and then change it just to a text area. Text area for the bio. Like that. Yeah, there we go. Profile title, bio. And then with the file field. So we can probably get rid of all these now. Except for the content. And we'll just change this to about you. ... Yeah, that works. Update. Nice. Okay, and then we need the content tag somehow. Let's see if there's a upload like form or something. Upload file smart detection. Let's see. Move this over. Backend devs trying to keep JS from taking over everything. Yeah. Sometimes I do miss just writing like normal algorithmic solutions to problems instead of all of the baggage that comes with JS all the time. That's definitely what it feels like. Okay, and then we want the, oh wait, I was over here. I was looking for attachment maybe? No. File. I need a configuration file. I need like a, I guess we'll just stick with the actual content stuff. So we'll say this. Refresh content file chosen. But we don't want this to be content. We probably want this to be just like your I don't know, profile attachment or something. That seems fine. That. Just copy the UI at the bottom. And then let's do this actually. Oops. Something like this. This is a typo. There we go. Good God. That was way more difficult than it needed to be. And then I guess we can leave this right here for now. So I think that's fine. So this is, I think, good for the appearance page. So the next thing I want to do then is, because we can either do the theme selection or we can do the analytics. And both of those don't sound appealing. Come in here. Clean up the admin links because they look cringe. That's fine. Link form needs to be reset after creating a link. Test case. Okay. Rails reset form on submit turbo. I can never remember if there's like a fancy way of doing this or if I'm just going to use stimulus for this. I do remember this being really annoying for some reason. This is where it would be nice to have some standardized docs that answer some basic questions. Place the form entirely when sending a stream response. Turbo submit and clear. So when you submit the link, you would then just re-render the form. I guess that makes sense. So we could do like a form tag link admin link form do. Something like this, and then when the link is created, what is it, link controller? We could just broadcast a replace to there. Replace with turbo. What is it? Respond to do format, and then we need a format.turbo. And then in here, we got to do the turbo stream replace to that target of admin link form. And we want to replace it with the, what was it? Profiles/form. Profiles/form. And does this need a local? It just uses, oh wait, is this going to work because it uses the current user model? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. If we try this, we can come in here, we can delete this, and I think it's gonna be upset about this. Go ahead and let's do this. Delete. Okay. Test case, create link. And create if link save, respond to format TurboStream replace the admin link form with profile/link. Should work, right? Unless we have to do like partial for this so that it actually knows what it's replacing. Oh, not turbo form tag. turbo frame tag. That. Oops. Save this. Okay, delete this. With Next.js, you can actually send UI components through HTTP to update UIs. Well, over here, what you can do is cry in a corner. And that's about it. And then I can't even do this here, can I? Because our target's going to have to be, we'd have to do some fancy stuff. I think the stimulus controller is unfortunately the best way to do this. This right here is such a headache to have to play around, so I'm not even going to bother. So let's go over here and let's just see how they do it. So they generate this controller to clear the form. And if I come over to the GitHub repo, I'm willing to bet I have something for this already, hopefully. /Linktree demo. So come in here, app, and I'm also going to full screen this. App, JavaScript, controllers, form something. Links controller? No. Submit on change. This is way too complicated. Oh, a bunch of spaghetti code in there. GitHub link in the next tweet. Okay, let's go look at the actual form. So app views profiles doesn't have the form. Is it links that has the form? Yeah. Oh, because we didn't even use Turbo here, right? So this is just going to be refreshing the page, which is how we did the clear. Remove the submit action. What are they trying to do here? Clears the input fields after submission. However, it does this before the input values reach my Rails controller. I'll understand how that solves the problem. Using stimulus to reset scroll position in forms. But do I want to watch myself? Not really. Reset all turbo frames, custom form handling. All right, fine. Let's make sure I'm muted so I don't have to listen to myself. Yeah, because this was for the input form that I did. Reset form controller, and then this .element.reset. Is that all it takes? Okay. Oh, so that does work. Okay, and then we do the scrolling, but I don't really care about the scrolling, so let's do this instead. Because I like this. This is far simpler than what I thought I had to do. Thanks, past me. I appreciate it. Like this, and then we need to Rails G stimulus reset form. Reset form, and then we give this a connect of this.element.reset. This still feels like it's more involved than it should be, so there's probably still a better way to do this. Controller is going to be reset form, and the action is turbo submit end reset form reset. And then let's try this. Test and case. Fantastic. Turbo submit, reset form, reset. Is that not what I... Oh, wait, no, this is... I'm done. This is the action. I put it in the connect method. What is wrong with me? This needs to be in the reset form. Reset. Let's refresh. Test and case. Still nothing. Console. No errors. Although there is something console logging, so that's something I need to fix. Put this on the form with... What did I do here? Form with blah, blah, blah. Controller reset dash form. Oh, is it? I put it underscore, didn't I? Is that why? There's no way. Okay. I was right. There is no way. Okay. We'll figure this out. Gotta reposition myself into pro coder mode. Pro developer, software dysfunctional manager. Submit end. Is that not what I did here? Turbo submit dash end. Turbo submit dash end, and then we call reset underscore form. It's reset dash form. That's. Oh, I love stimulus. Okay, so and then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to find, first of all, these console logs. So we're going to Control Shift F for console.log. And we're going to come in here and get rid of all these because we don't need these. They're just spamming the console. Like that. Come into the edit link and we'll get rid of these as well. Like that. Don't push up your console logs to production. It's cringe. Don't be like me. Be better. Then we can come into the reset form controller and we can just say console.log. You resetted it. Wait, hold on. I like that better. Is that good job? No. Give me the ta-da. There it is. Beautiful. This is my pro coder position. Dude, honestly. I had to, okay, so like I have this chair and it's very comfortable. Don't get me wrong. But one thing I've noticed is my posture has been slowly getting worse and worse over time because the chair, if I have it in like the regular position, let me see. I think it's this one right here. It leans back just enough to let me like fully recline into like the most ridiculous posture. So I'll be sitting here like this sometimes because I just start sliding down and I slide down more and more over time until I'm just like barely in my chair even, which can't be good for my back. Or, you know, my self-esteem when I look at like, when I look at myself in the mirror or in like my webcam and I'm just like, what happened to me? But yeah, that's eventually my pro coder position. This is me in like I'm trying to look professional pro coder position. And then there's the, I've been playing RuneScape for 6, 7, 8 hours today position, which is a slightly different one. Same club, terrible chairs for the win. Yeah. Everyone was talking about how good these chairs were. And then I realized that like, if you have them set so that you can sit in any position, your body will like a true liquid find the most, I don't know, the most like reclined position. Okay. Controller. Reset underscore form. Turbo colon. I feel like I'm going crazy right now. Turbo colon submit dash end arrow reset dash form submit. Right? All right, where's the source code? What was past me doing? Where is the source code? Do you think this is a game past me? Hello, Marcelo. I have a list of things I'll allow myself to buy when a solo project makes me some money. The chair's on the list. Yeah. I can't blame you for that one. I was super excited to get this one because it was like a replacement for one of those the gamer chairs that they keep advertising, like the little rocket angle looking things in the background, the Speed Racer DXs. So I was like, oh, a chair that's actually comfortable again, because that chair was awful. And this one is very comfortable, don't get me wrong. But if your chair has the ability to recline back far enough, and you don't like restrict it, you will end up using that recline over time, or at least I will. And then you just sit there looking a little bit ridiculous if you're not careful. Not to mention the fact that this one has like so many different adjustment levers that I can't even figure out how to enable the recline again. There we go. So yeah, now I can like do this. And then it's just like, you're so far back. It's ridiculous. The only thing I can think of is that's like the executive trying to be casual mode right there in like your office chair. Okay, there we go. All right. Now that I've almost suffered a tragic end to the hardwood floor, why is this not working? This is for the Turbo Chat application. So let's just go to GitHub and let's go look at my source code for that. I don't know why I didn't put it in the video description. I don't know why anyone didn't yell at me in the video or in the comments. Okay, yeah, no one's yelling at me. And then this was Turbo Chat, I think is what I called it. Turbo Chat deploy video, Turbo Chat. Let's open this one. So your videos are one reason I started using WSL on Windows 11 for Rails instead of trying to do it solely on Windows. Is there a reason you haven't gone full Linux? I'm too. Oh, you're fine. You're not distracting me. You should have seen earlier. We were watching like Minecraft mod videos on YouTube. It's mostly just because like I do too many things on Windows, and I prefer the comfort of still being able to do them. Like even if I'm working on Rails, sometimes I'll have like, RuneScape over on the other window or some other like application that I just wouldn't be able to run if I was on Linux. And like contrary to what Jagex would say with their Jagex launcher, that I don't trust them enough to trust like Linux support for that. And then there's like other applications like that, especially like games and stuff. Discord, that's my chair. Where is it? Oh yeah, this is an office chair. Looks like a comfortable chair though. And I unfortunately could never have one of these because much like your dog, my cat would go to town on this. Because he really likes just sharpening his claws for, I don't know, the combat that he thinks is going to happen one day. Do you recommend RubyMine? I don't personally use RubyMine. I've never even tried it, so I couldn't tell you. Although allegedly, Twitch chat seems to think that the subscription money is going towards a RubyMine license. I don't think that's how that's going to work, but we support Linux equals we support the Steam Deck. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know, like the gaming, and then also like sometimes when I have to help people and they only use a Windows computer, it's like whatever application they need help with, it helps for me to have that context. And like there's really no benefit to me switching over to Linux in that regard. I'm much too happy over here where I can do whatever I want to. App. What was it? App, JavaScript. Okay, let's come in here. Controllers, reset form controller. It's definitely just doing that. And then let's see if this is all it's doing over here. Views. Messages, maybe? Is it message underscore? And then this is rendering the form? No. Pages, rooms. Is this the latest version? Or is there a branch I'm missing? This feels like it's missing a bunch of stuff. Let's come into the models and the message. Yeah, this isn't it. Okay, so let's come back. I don't think it's turbo chat. It's got to be a different repository. Wait, I have a playlist for this. I'm just going to go look at the playlist and go to like a video where I was smart enough to actually put a link in. Turbo chat. Okay. Part 18. Probably clickbait. At least I was honest. Let's come in here. GitHub right here. Turbo_chat. Turbo_chat room, which is somehow different than turbo chat. Oh boy. Okay. At least I never said I was good at naming things. Let's come to a later episode and see how we do this. App, JavaScript, controllers. This looks better. Okay, and then we want the reset form controller. Still just doing this, but now we can come over to app, views. Is it messages or shared? I gotta find the form. Let's just do this. Let's open up in VS Code. Okay. Control Shift F, and we're looking for the reset dash form. Oops, reset dash form. Oh, this is fun. Downloading repository index. Oh, because it has like a billion repos inside the repo. Dude, what was I thinking? Okay, hold on. Let's just find it. In the previous video, I was in a file. We'll just look at that file. The new message form is where we were. Okay, can we come back a bit? So we do this, and then we come into views, layouts, new message form. Why would I put it in layouts? Good Lord. Okay, episode 28 app, views, layouts, new message form. Your PC is dying? Yeah, I believe it. Right here, reset dash form, turbo submit, reset dash form. Let me grab this. Maybe it's the remote true that I need. We'll put this in here and we'll get rid of this. Oops. We'll get rid of this. Controller is reset dash form. Dude, I swear to God, this is the same thing I had. Test case. Oh, let's remove this. Create link. It's still not working. And then let's look at the actual input we have here. Content tag. Text field. With the message preview. Right, for the attachments. Which was fine. It's like for Discord style attachments, but it really doesn't help me right now. So maybe we try this. Although, I don't know why this would matter. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing the same thing I did last time. I'm about to go leave an angry comment under my own video. Like 2 years later, it doesn't work. Stimulus controller to reset form Rails. Okay. No, that's too old. Let's go into reset file field, reset form. Oh, is this in a, this is in a div. It's not in a turbo frame tag. This also isn't though. It's just a regular form width. Am Am I losing it? Don't answer that. Update path, remote true. All of this is in here. Turbo frame tag, target top. Reset. Is this actually firing? Refresh. Great link. Okay, so this isn't firing at all. Okay. Why? Connect. Console.log. This is my life. Username? Oh. Dude. Someone could have stopped me like 10 minutes ago. I could have stopped me. This is why, okay, hold on. This is a very important lesson. This is why you do not leave angry comments under the video. You're totally justified in leaving a comment here saying, hey, dummy, where's the source code? This is a totally good, you know what, honestly? Like, that's justified because I didn't do that. However, this not working is not because of the video. It's because it's attached to the wrong form. I'm putting this on the edit your user account form. And I'm wondering why it's not working on the links. Okay. Why would I have stopped you having fun? You know what? Fair enough. There's a good chance this might be the dumbest thing I do all day. Which might be a good thing and it might be a bad thing. Let's come into the form over here and let's actually put this on here. Like this. And then let's see if this works better. Oh wait, we're going to use Kamal soon. That's fair. Oh geez. There's always someone lower. I can always drag us down another level. Okay. Test in case. Why is this my life is now console logging, which means our controller is connected. I click create and it clears the form. Okay, so that was really just not that hard. Okay. All right. Beautiful. And that takes care of that. And now we can check that off the README. I can't believe I just did that. Okay. Copy links with a button. That's already a thing, right? Oh, but isn't there also one of those on the Linktree page? Linktree Deanin. Like I think there's actually one on the here. Yeah, but it pops up one of these things. And I can't stand these share windows. There's one of these earlier on Amazon. It popped up something like this, but it didn't have the copy link button. You had to click the more options to then get to the copy link. And it feels like you're navigating through all these menus just to like help out the website by sharing something. I don't know why they do these things. But okay, so we don't really have that. We just have this thing over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the executive decision that our profiles right here should just have like a share button. Yeah, sharing your data, of course. So we'll say this is the form or profile show in here. All right, so this is for our images or for our videos. Then we have the name, the bio, and then the individual links. So when I come into profile/links, which goes into profile/link, and then this is the actual thing on the page, right? And then instead of the three little dots right here being a button that does nothing, we'll say this is a I don't know what we want to do here. Do like a button. What is it? Button to do. And then we can come in here and just do a end. We can tab this over like that. Refresh. Okay, that goes there. And then we want this to do whatever our copy link is, right? So in here we have the share button. Why don't we just put this in there? I think that makes more sense. We'll just do share with the copy link because I think this is better UX than going into a pop-up menu and encouraging you to send all that cringe extra info in the share to like different websites, which is how they tell like who's sharing stuff with who and where it's going and what like what device you're using and all that stuff when you're sharing stuff. If you ever look at all the parameters where it like scrolls off screen in the URL bar and it goes to like a different zip code, it's probably why. Because they're trying to connect who you're sharing with and what that person's using, where you're sharing it, and all that other stuff. Because when the person clicks on the link, they then get that sent back to the server, and they can just go, "Ooh, interesting." Which is why usually if I share something, I'm just petty enough that I go in there and I get rid of all the extra parameters and I just share like the regular domain name, which I understand. Like that ultimately is just wasting my time and it's really dumb to do. But like I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I'm gonna stick it to them. I'll show them. Okay, render links. Let's do that. Let's say render links/share button. Like that. And that's going to go boom because reasons. So share button in here is requiring a URL. So we're passing in the URL here. So we'll just do this and then we'll say URL is this. And then we can come over here and do partial : like that. Oops. Then we'll hit enter. Render partial, link share, and then we have this. What is this thing's problem? Share button. URL, right? Okay, let's go over here. Now this should work because we're just passing in the URL. I think the only thing it wants is the URL, right? There's nothing in here about a link except for the link to and the target name. Oh yes, a URL is 5,000 miles long. Google and eBay are horrific for that. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple websites where there's the one that like really just genuinely frustrates me is Amazon. Because like I use an app called, I think it's called a Giftster, where you can like track what people want as like a wish list for birthday or Christmas. So like with my family, I use that. And one of the things you can do is you can put in a URL and it'll try and pull whatever it can from there. And when you go to copy the URL from Amazon, it like puts the entire product name and then the URL into your like clipboard. So you go to paste that in and then you have to go back and first you have to get rid of all the parameters and then you have to get rid of all that extra stuff from like the title of the item. I'm like, why? Again, I'm driving traffic to your website. Why are you making this harder than it needs to be? Just let me share your stuff. Like things you don't really think about on like desktop because you just come up here and you copy it and you're like, okay, I'm done. It's just that little bit of frustration where you're like, one of these days when I finally cancel Prime, I'll be the one laughing. Okay, link to there. Render partial. Right, because this is just profile/links. What is this thing's problem? Counter to syntax error while rendering template. Check DOM link ID. Oh, oops. I hit the wrong button. Where did this even come from? Oh, this is just up here. Okay, so that. Rid of that. What did I break? So for the links on the page, do you plan on fetching the favicon, or are you going to use the default icon depending on the URL? I'm not sure. I think the way this one does it, how do they do it? The fetching the favicon, that might be better than what I had. So it has like a thumbnail change. So you can either add like a icon here, or you can upload something, or you can choose it. It's how they have it. But maybe it makes more sense to just pull the logo from the website. Is there a reason why you wouldn't let people do that? Oh, that's a good question. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just copy that. I'm going to copy your message. We'll put that in here. We've got to do. We'll do a to think. It's just something for me to think about, I guess. I'll let this one stew. Turbo frame tag. Oh, where is this? This is in here. So what is this? If I do this and I save it, okay, so this comes back. What am I doing wrong here? Render partial. Link share button. I was thinking of modern problem. Always looking. Problems looking for solutions, or solutions looking for problems to be decided. Well, but that's the kind of thing where if you're teaching this to someone who's actually learning, it makes sense to at least explain that that's a possibility, or that like show them what they can do. Because a lot of that seems like, you know, a mystery of how you would even do that. Do that. So it's strictly upset about this. Okay, hold on. No, Control Shift F. And then we want to search for links/share button. Which is happening not just in the link, but in the link actions. Hold on. Isn't that what I'm doing? The only thing that's changed here is, oh, I see. I need to do the URL for the link URL. Okay. Oh, nope. It's still not happy about that. But if I get rid of this, then it's happy again, or is it still upset? Okay, it's still upset. So something else in here is upset. Oh, wait, this is the button. Get rid of this, save it, refresh, undo. How did I break this? That's fine. That's not. That is. That is fine? How are you okay with this now? Okay, whatever. If you say so. Okay, so we have this button right here. Okay, let's grab these. Then get rid of the button. Like that. We got to come into the share button like that. And then we have this, but we want all of this to be in here, I guess. So like this. No, okay. Oh, wait, we can't change this anyways, because if we change this, it'll change over here. What am I doing? And why am I doing it? Okay. Link. Get rid of this SVG. This is one of those things like, do I go down this rabbit hole, or do I just make the triple dot share work instead? Like, we already have a lot of the clipboard stuff. Maybe I just make a different action. Make this work. Because we have copy button or clipboard button controller, and then we have this. We can make a second one of these that doesn't change the text. Navigator clipboard, and then anti-dev core copy button. Import copy button. Oh my god. It must be nice. We need a Ruby copy button gem now to be able to compete. Okay, prevent default this. Now, this right here is probably going to need to actually do something, but I don't know what I want it to do right now. So we're just going to do this and this. Come over here and refresh. And also we need this to not be copy. So we'll say this is, I don't know, share button. We'll just say share. I think this is getting near to be bullying. Yeah, but okay, so here's my argument. Because I think it's good to be exposed to the fact that like your framework isn't the most efficient at everything. It's good to see that other tools are capable of doing other things better than your framework can. Or at least like they can do it faster, easier, whatever. And yeah, it's called the productivity framework, so it should be able to compete productively. So when I see stuff like that, I'm like, okay, there's still room for improvement. You know, if I just sit here and I say this is the greatest thing ever, I'm probably not going to be as motivated to go through and like, you know, make it the greatest thing ever. But that's just how I look at it. So we can grab this, and then we can come over to the, not the share button, the, what is this? The link, this button. And let me do this too. Like that. Okay, data dash controller equals clipboard dash button. Like that, and then still surprised you need a gem to render SVGs. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. You might not. I think that's just a better way of doing it than whatever's built in. Render SVG Rails. Maybe. Am I about to have egg on my face? Okay, wait. This is from 2016. SVG gem. Hold on. Please. Please, just let us have this one. Nope. Even Super Rails is saying SVG gems, or inline SVG. So I think we might need a gem to do SVGs. All right, that's fine. We don't need your stinking productivity this time. Data dash action. Oops, action is going to be equal to. We need, what is it? Clipboard dash button, or I guess maybe like click. I don't know. No, share button. So we have the controller. We have the target. Okay, wait, we have the target, but where's the action? Clipboard button. Oh, right here. I'm losing it. It's a click. Okay, that makes sense. Here. Here, but we need data dash equals share. Then we can come over to our profile. I'm also realizing it would be smart for us to have also very productive the deployment part. See, that's the beautiful thing. When you see a like 8-minute blog with Rails, you'll notice that the deployment step is almost never included in that. I think having a view profile button makes sense though, is what I'm realizing now. Because I just realized that there's like no way to do that. So maybe I add it in the drop down here, or I like put it over here somewhere. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I'm going to actually go to the profile now. So let's come over here and let's close some of this stuff because we don't need it. Okay, localhost, and then I think I'm on Dean's profile. He says in the third person. Okay. Okay, so we have this now with our buttons in the links with the link position. And I seem to have lost something. Yeah, something's missing here. So I've borked something. Right, because this is this place, right? If I get rid of this, if I get rid of all this. Yeah. Okay. So I'm definitely in the right location. I have just managed to make these buttons disappear, which is weird because I don't think I've actually changed anything here. Oops. Oops, like that. Save. Okay, off to the GitHub repo. Linktree, Tailwind demo. I think, right? App, view, nope. Users, app, views. When are you trying Railway deploy? We could probably try that tomorrow. It can't be that hard as Kamal. I mean, railway.app. Automagic services. I like that. Deploy from GitHub. $20 per virtual CPU core per month per GB used. Yeah, maybe we'll try it tomorrow and we'll see. I would be hesitant to try it on a project like this. Yeah, that seems a little bit pricey. But we'll still try it just for the sake of understanding. But that is for that price compared to what we were talking about earlier with the what was it, like 6 cores for like $12 or something. It is pretty crazy how different it is. Okay, so app, profiles, links is where I'm going, right? App, views, profile, link. That's right. Replace the button. Okay, so that wasn't it. So let's just come in here and copy the whole thing. Is it something in here that's breaking it? Like, what did I do? It's not. Okay. What renders this? The show page renders the partial. I'm also realizing I don't have like git lens in here in this thing. So this goes to links. Right, and then if I get rid of this, these should all just go poof, which they do. So what broke in here? Very expensive, but they only charge for the resources used. Gotcha. There's always going to be that caveat, I guess. Yeah, that one I have to try, and then I really want to revisit use an auto scaling system to detect when it's being used. Okay. I really want to go back and try Fly.io as well, because I think I only used it for like one video, and it'd be nice to get like a proper comparison of what the current tools look like. Because a lot of it at the time was just like, oh, they're, you know, Heroku ending its free tier caused everyone to panic a bit. Some examples at the bottom of the page. Okay, let me go back then. No wait. Home. Bullet speed, iterates and accelerates, operational excellence. Using Railway for my Discord bot, and I pay around $150 per month. Ooh. If you don't mind me asking, are you using a Ruby Discord bot, or are you doing like Python or TypeScript or what now? I'm assuming Ruby, considering, but come up here to TypeScript based bot. Okay, okay. I feel better now for playing around with that Python bot. Feel like I'm in better company now. This is a safe space. Okay. Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's like a fraction per gigabyte minute. Don't pay for idle CPU or memory. Which is like 99% of my site personally as well. And that also makes sense for something like a Discord bot, right? Because that's not going to be like used all the time. Or it's not going to be like under heavy load, I guess I should say. Because this has it right here. I swear, I see it. It's right there. I must have broken something with one of the deploys, I guess. Maybe. Control Shift I, hello. Yeah, it's really not happy. Okay. What did I break? Let's see. Are they at least here somewhere? We're looking for the button. The button's right here. The button is in the A somewhere. I switched these to target blank here? No, these were already target blank. Did I change anything in here? I don't think so. Git diff. Or sorry, git, what am I doing? Git status. Share button changed. This is the show page. The profile show or form changed. these two, appearance and index, don't matter. Form doesn't matter. Share button doesn't matter. Profiles, form. Okay, we'll add it to the list. We'll add it to the I broke something list. And we'll put it at the top. The 3 dots disappear on the user's show page links. Yeah, because I'm assuming that means that, unfortunately, during one of the other commits that I pushed up, at some point I probably broke this. So I'm going to have to look at one of these commits to figure out which one I did the thing in. If I had to guess, actually, what I can do is I can just PR. Let's just do this. I'm going to PR this. No, because we also did the change on this branch. This branch, unfortunately, is basically just main 2 at this point. That's why you should do as I say and not as I do. Okay, let's come in here. And the show page. Or not in the show page. In here. In the nav bar, I guess. I either put like another link here or we just put it in the drop down. And I'm kind of feeling putting it in the drop down. Like this. And then saying view profile. And then we want to go to whatever that would be. Okay. Get /:slug. And then we want this to be the profile path for the current user. Control-Alt-A. Yeah, it seems fine. And then we can come over here. Refresh. Oh, wait. bin/dev. Refresh. What did I do here? Profiles path. Okay. What is it? /rails/info/routes. Oops, routes. User path. Like that. We can come up here and click view profile. That takes us here. But I don't like that opening in the same thing. We'll also do a target :_blank, double underscore, sorry. Like that. Refresh. Click. And now that takes us here. Which is like the most minor of inconveniences, but it's just annoying enough to where I'm happy to have that done now. Okay. Everything else here seems to work okay. I'm a little bit confused. This is also something I need to look at. Let me add this to the README as well as like a bug, I think. Clicking bottom checkbox causes top to highlight. I think a lot of this has to do with how I'm using all these stimulus components, which is why I'm not a fan of really doing this. Or like the turbo stuff, but it's unfortunately just what I've done here. Okay. Alrighty. I think that's good, at least for now. There's a couple minor and like grievances or whatever, but it's at least something. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to call it here for the day because I have other things to do. I still have to go through and like test the stream for the alerts and stuff. Hopefully that's okay with everyone. I do appreciate everyone who's subscribing today. That was the Ruby Mine Fund is alive, I guess. Although that's not what it's going towards, but I'll let you continue to believe that. Finally, I can go back to being productive. Yes, I'm releasing you from your curse. You are free to go forth and, I don't know, put more company code in public gists. Okay. Appreciate everyone hanging out. I will see all of you tomorrow.